Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's school committee meeting. It is Thursday, March 28th. Our first item of business is administrative business, the consent agenda. And for those of you looking specifically at the consent agenda, we will only be addressing items 1 through 7. And Helen, we'd like to explain why we're going to hold off on 8 through 12.
Yes, thank you. So 8 through 12 were voted but not officially by the building commission. And so we always take our votes after the building commission votes it. And so I would suggest that we wait. They're going to be meeting. They have this docketed for the 8th. And we can do it on the 12th right after, or whatever date our next meeting is. So I would like to hold it because I think either that or vote it pursuant to them voting in the affirmative. That we could do one of two ways, and I'm not sure which way is better to do.
I think we can go ahead and defer, wait for them to vote first, and then add this to our April 11th agenda.
Okay, just so everybody knows, that's usually the process that we do. We do try and do it quickly because you want to pay the bills within 2 weeks so that you don't pay any kind of fees or anything, but this, everybody understands what happened here, that it wasn't docketed appropriately at the building commission, and so therefore they will be revoting it.
Helen, is
All
one
right,
of
so-
those Driscoll? Sorry, David, is one of those Driscoll?
There are 3 Driscolls, actually.
Yeah, so can we actually vote those subject to building commission, because those actually need to get pushed out?
But the earliest that we could have them actually effectuated would be April 8th, right?
Correct, because that's when they're, no,
Right, and-
April 2nd. Excuse me,
April 2nd. Okay. All right.
April 2nd. So, I mean, we can take them all. Yeah, if that seemed, I don't know who the lawyer, you're the lawyer here, David.
Oh, sorry, we can do that. All right.
Okay, so
So-
why don't we take them all then?
So we'll go ahead and vote on the consent agenda 1 through 12. And the effectiveness of 8 through 12 will be contingent upon a vote by the building commission on April 2nd. So would someone like to move the consent agenda?
I'll move it.
All right, Andy moves it. Helen, you second? Sure. All right. Natalia? Yes. Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah? Yes. Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, we will now move to the student report. Ms. Clevis?
Thank you so much, Mr. Perlman. I'll be sharing my screen shortly.
I think you have to talk a little louder for them to hear.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. I hope we're all having a good evening. My name is Laura Clevis, your school committee student representative, and today I'm going to be talking about bathrooms and queer rights at BHS. This is what we're going to be talking about tonight. So, to give some background, a little over 3 weeks ago, I attended a vigil for Next Benedict on Cypress Field. Benedict, of course, was a 16-year-old indigenous, non-binary high school sophomore in Owasso, Oklahoma, who was beaten up in a girls' bathroom in Owasso High School and died the following day. Approximately 60 people attended the event, including Headmaster Meyer and Superintendent Guillory. The event featured student speakers who spoke passionately about the impact Benedict's death had on them, and more broadly, students spoke with justified anger about their experiences at BHS as queer individuals. From student IDs that dead-named them to frequent usage of slurs, to issues with gender-neutral restrooms, many voiced their frustration with the school administration and school system blind and deaf to the presence of a toxic, oppressive culture that endangers trans and non-binary students. Not to shamelessly self-promote, of course, but I would highly encourage reading the coverage if you haven't already. Certainly the sentiments expressed by the students who spoke are much more eloquent than anything I have to say on their behalf, and it's worth noting that I went into the event with a reporter's mindset, but it became pretty hard to maintain impartiality. I walked away from the event with my own thoughts and feelings about the state of queer rights at BHS, disappointed in how much we have failed these kids. So I think one example of the toxic culture I was speaking of earlier is the situation revolving around bathroom usage and accessibility at BHS. Anecdotally, I can speak to the state of bathrooms growing more and more dire. Students frequently use them to vape and hook up, making accessing one pretty hard as is. As a result, I sent out a survey on the topic, interested in gauging student sentiment. I sent one survey to the entire student body through Canvas on Monday, and as of writing this report, I got 305 responses. Interested in the specific experiences of trans and non-binary students using gender-neutral bathrooms, I sent another survey to the Queer Student Union and Gender Sexuality Alliance, and amassed data reporting both homophobia and transphobia and bathroom misuse. And I got 13 results just from that specific survey, aside from the other surveys I had access to. And while I acknowledge that this is not an outstanding amount of students, the non-binary and trans community at BHS isn't very big. My findings, I believe, however, underscore disparity. As you can see on the slides, many of the issues students face are similar. However, take a look at the numbers for general accessibility and access to pads and tampons. A majority of students saying that they can count on accessing a bathroom of their choice, as opposed to many using gender-neutral bathrooms report that they cannot reliably count on a bathroom being available for them to use.
Laura, can I ask you a favor? Can you go back? Can you read what the labels are and what the x-axis is on those slides? Because I can't see that.
Of course.
Thank you.
So the title, the question I posed was, I can reliably count on a bathroom I feel comfortable using being available. So the graph on the top was is a snapshot of the data given to me from the general survey, where the majority of respondents identified themselves as cisgender. The graph on the bottom was data from a survey sent to the QSU and the GSA. The majority of respondents identify themselves as trans or non-binary. The x-axis is basically just a rating from 1 to 5, 1 being, no, I cannot reliably count on a bathroom I feel comfortable using, and 5 being, yes, I can count on a bathroom being available for me to use, of course. The same applies to access to period products. Not a lot of students can really count on finding period products in a bathroom of their choice anyway, but a more specific look at gender-neutral bathrooms found that best case scenario, students found period products in gender-neutral bathrooms most of the time, as opposed to a small percentage of students using gendered bathrooms finding period products some of the definitely finding period products at certain times, yes.
Can I ask you to go back and read those labels again? They're just too small.
Of course.
Exactly what you did at the top and then the labels. Thank you.
So the top says, if you are a person who menstruates, I can always count on there being pads or tampons when going to the bathroom of my choosing. Students had 3 options: yes, no, from time to time. So the general survey, with the majority of respondents who identified themselves as cisgender, a small portion of those a small portion of those students said that yes, they could find period products in the bathroom. The majority said no, or from time to time, but what I think is pretty striking here is the fact that no students who responded to my survey responded yes when it came to gender-neutral bathrooms and finding period products, and I think that's pretty striking. So my conclusion is that there is equity in theory, but none in practice, and while students face the same issues regardless of what restrooms they use, closures make it difficult for trans and genderqueer youth to access bathrooms. And I talked to Kate Leslie, social studies teacher and QSU and GSA advisor, who reported that gender-neutral bathrooms at BHS used to be teacher restrooms before their conversion, and as a result, they tend to be prime spots for students to have sex or vape because they're around corners and they're much more secluded from the rest of the school. And so the inappropriate behavior leads to closures across all bathrooms, but that impact isn't felt equally across all populations. Students using a gendered bathroom might take longer to use the bathroom when trying to find another one that's open because they're more available, but because the number of gender-neutral bathrooms is so small already, trans and non-binary students are at a loss as to what to do when a safe space closes. And don't just take her word or my word for it. A recently published Cypress article entitled "Students Confront Misuse of Gender-Neutral Bathrooms" shed more light on the situation with gender-neutral bathrooms. Truly alarming facts arise. The fact that students have been holding it in for the entire school day, or that more students accrue tardies because of the time it takes trying to find a restroom they feel comfortable using, is to me personally alarming. And in my conversation with Leslie, she said that students would often come to her telling her that when they would access a gender-neutral bathroom, they would be greeted by slurs levied in their direction, only exacerbating the issue and the unwillingness to use a bathroom. This one quote that really stuck with me comes from a student. Their name is Krista Washburn. They were interviewing the article. Quote, "I wish gender-neutral bathrooms would be taken more seriously. Bathrooms can be their own safe space where people are able to do their business, feel safe, and not have to worry about other people viewing them badly. And the sad reality of the situation is that this is only the tip of the iceberg. In a political climate that is already criminalized being trans or being non-binary in so many other states, the fact that we are in Brookline, Massachusetts, and can't even guarantee bathroom access, something that goes without saying is a basic human right, for these kids is personally deplorable. There is, however, a solution. On a more positive note, people have been discussing ways to fix this issue for quite a bit. Leslie told me that the LGBTQ+ task force, led by teachers and adults, has been talking for months on a way to resolve this problem. Everything came to a head with the vigil, with students coming together to work with the administration on a way to improve access to gender-neutral bathrooms. In the picture is Echo Kaufman, a gender-fluid sophomore who really has been leading the charge alongside other students on this issue. This group has been working on plans to convert gendered bathrooms on each floor into gender-neutral bathrooms in order to reduce traffic into those spaces, and they're also planning on taking a field trip to Lexington High School, a district that has been doing it better than all of us, having implemented gender-neutral bathrooms since 2014. These students also plan on presenting to all of you in 2 weeks. On a final note, I know that in the commotion of passing budget cuts, it can be hard to keep multiple things on your radar. However, the fact that there are kids in our district and at the high school who can't use the bathroom, I think that goes without saying that it's just not right. It kind of laughs in the face of everything this community claims to stand for, or even more alarming, perhaps exposes our hypocrisy. I certainly hope it doesn't. Regardless, I urge the school committee to pay attention to this incredibly pressing issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Clevis. I do have a couple of questions. So you mentioned that gender-neutral bathrooms at the high school, for the most part, used to be teacher restrooms. So I'm assuming that these are just intended for one occupant at a time. You don't have multiple stalls?
That's correct. I know of a couple of gender-neutral bathrooms that do have multiple stalls. I know of one on the 3rd floor that I can recall off the top of my head that does have multiple stalls. The majority of the bathrooms, according to my understanding and my conversations with Ms. Leslie, were converted from teacher bathrooms into those gender-neutral bathrooms.
All right, thank you.
Of course.
Helen?
So thank you for your report, and thank Ezra for when he came here last time. I would suggest that the group come to the capital subcommittee as opposed to the full committee first.
Okay.
So maybe we can discuss and look for some solutions.
Of course.
The capital subcommittee is in charge of, doing all, we have a whole list of things that, items that we do repairs on, or changes, or renovations, et cetera, and I think that would be the better place to start.
Of course. I will relay that message to them.
And I'd be happy to put it on our agenda and try and start to figure out. It's a very difficult process, as you can imagine, because of the space, the regulations, it's just now, as you might know, or you may not know, the plumbing code has accepted gender. Up until now, they didn't even accept full gender-neutral bathrooms, where anybody can go in. It's a closed cabinet. Now that's changed, and actually probably people would be happy to know that at Pierce, all of our bathrooms will be gender neutral. So there won't be that question of which bathroom do I go to. It's the same bathroom for everybody. It'll be floor to ceiling enclosures.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. We will now move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Guillory.
Good evening, everyone. Great to see so many folks in with us tonight. We will now walk through the superintendent's update for March 28th, 2024. The Office of Educational Equity has been conducting residencies at every PSB school with the aim of understanding each school, its culture, and the strengths and needs of its students and faculty. These residencies will guide OEE's work moving forward and ensure that the office is supporting each and every school and PSB community member to the best of its ability. Claire and Christy have completed residencies at BHS, BEEP, and Lawrence and look forward to continuing their residency at FRR in the coming week. Claire and Christy would like to recognize the tireless work of all PSB schools, faculty, and staff, from custodial and maintenance staff to educators, paraprofessionals, counselors, MEDCO and STEPS advisors, school leaders, and everyone within the school community not listed. It's a privilege to witness their dedication in action. Claire and Christy would like to recognize PSB students and families who have raised them. The students are brilliant, kind, strong-minded, and courageous, as well as will create a better world for us all. So that's a brief update from OEE. DESE upcoming visits. The Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, Office of Public School Monitoring, schedules visits to charter and district schools every 3 years to monitor compliance with federal and state special education and civil rights regulations. During the week of April 8th through 12th, the PSM will conduct a tiered focus monitoring review of the public schools of Brookline. We look forward to the feedback in the areas of special education and civil rights. Parent and guardian outreach is an important part of the review process. On March 19th, parents and guardians of students with disabilities were sent an online survey by the Office of Public School Monitoring. These surveys will be reviewed by the PSM after its closing date, April 3rd. During the on-site review, the PSM will also interview chairpersons of the district's CPAC. Other on-site activities will include meetings with district staff, administrators, and a review of documents and observations. So that visit again is coming up the week before April break. Equal rights presentations at Hayes. 8th graders at the Roland Hayes School showcased their presentation on equal rights, covering some important and relevant topics. And here you can see some of the slides or pictures. It's difficult for you to see, but I can see it clearly on my screen, of their presentations that they shared out, and several of our senior staff members were able to join Hayes, the Hayes students with their presentations. Sports Analytics Program at MIT, a group of BHS MEDCO and the African American Latine Scholars Program. Students participated in a sports analytic program along with MBA students at MIT's Sloan School of Management. The program, taught by Professor Ben Shields, culminated with a mock NFL draft. Students were split into teams of 5 and paired with MBA students while being tasked with performing the scouting duties for one of the following NFL teams: the Cardinals, the Chargers, the Giants, the Titans, or the Atlanta Falcons. In the first 2 days of this collaborative program, each team of students conducted a thorough data analysis and compiled a draft board of their top college prospects. They then took part in the first round of a mock NFL draft, where they used their data analysis to determine the value of the prospects and their draft picks. And again, here is a couple of shots from that particular event over at MIT. So again, congratulations to the students for participating in that program. Composting at Hayes. The video here will be included for the public to view, play. I will not play it tonight because it's about 7 minutes. But I have seen it, and it's awesome the work they're doing over there with composting. The Roland Hayes Schools has been working with the Department of Public Works to introduce composting during their lunches. Last week, composting was launched school-wide with student council reps volunteering to be compost monitors and teach kids during lunch. Thank you to Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Shalshoa, Ms. Weatherseed from the DPW, and school custodian Mr. Magnolello and Mr. Patel for leading these efforts. Again, Hayes Composting. And I did click on it. The Little Mermaid at Baker. Students in grades 6 through 8 at the Baker School put on an enthralling performance of The Little Mermaid. A big congratulations to all involved in the production there. BHS Play, The Princess Bride. BHS Drama Society Spring Play was the classic tale, The Princess Bride. Reimagined for the Stage. The play was originally scheduled for 5 shows from March 20th through 23rd at 22 Tappan Theater. However, due to popular demand and sold-out shows, a 6th show was added on March 24th. And again, here are a few shots of that performance. Upcoming parent workshops. The Department of Guidance and Clinical Services has partnered with the Massachusetts Partnership for Youth to hold the following parent workshops this spring: Healthy Balance and Screen Time. So we don't have the dates in here. We'll make sure that we include that when we publish this for the record, Betsy. Data suggests that exposing youth to large amounts of screen time can have negative effects on physical and mental development. The workshop provides tools and vocabulary needed for children and adolescents to make wise choices about balancing daily screen use while focusing more attention on exercise and nutrition. The next parent workshop on the docket is Social Media's Impact on Mental Health, Optimizing the Connection. Instagram, Snapchat, and Facebook, among others not listed here because they continue to evolve faster than we can keep up, foster a culture of peer comparison and entice users to stay online longer than they intend to, which can foster discouraging or negative feelings. Snapchat locations and Instagram stories cause fear of missing out, contributing to anxiety, depression, and loneliness. In this workshop, teachers and parents will learn individual and group strategies to optimize students' use of social media. And I think this is the last slide. Base Summer Theater Arts Program. Brookline Adult and Community Education is organizing Smart Summers Theater Arts Program and Theater Arts Junior from July 8th through August 16th. This program gives students an opportunity to engage in acting, music, art, and dance, and work together to create an original musical based on popular children's stories and movies. This summer, our shows are based on The Jungle Book, The Lion King, and Madagascar. There are 2 3-week sessions from July 8th through August 16th for children ages 5 to 13. Tuition assistance is available. And with that, that concludes our superintendent's report for this evening.
Any questions? Mariah.
I have 2 questions and a comment. One question is, we read recently somewhere that all 8 K-8 schools are doing back of house composting, like in the kitchen. And then Hayes is front of house composting is how I interpreted that presentation without the video. Well, and then
Yep.
there's Driscoll. That was, so my question is, how many schools, how many K-8 schools are doing front of house composting? Because we got a message a month or 2 ago about this from Mothers Out Front. I'm just wondering if we now know how many schools are doing composting.
I'll come back with that report. I know Driscoll and Hayes definitely, because I've seen it in action over
Yeah,
there.
Driscoll I've definitely seen too.
And I just don't know. Some of them were doing it, had startups last year and then stopped, and so there fits and starts with it. But we'll get the exact number and come back to you.
If I may?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Lincoln does, because they came to us in the beginning when we started composting, and they came and told us, actually, they weighed all the compost, the kids. It was all through a science class, and they
That was pre-COVID though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
There were
what I
schools
mean.
that
There
were doing it
yeah.
before COVID that
Yeah.
stopped during COVID. So, and I think part of the issue was they hadn't re-transitioned back to doing
I
it.
would be surprised if they hadn't. I can't remember right now, but
Okay.
I would be
Well,
surprised.
you'll
We'll
find
get
out.
we'll get the number for you.
Okay.
Sorry, it's Lincoln and Driscoll as well as BHS that are doing it out in front as well as back of house.
And now Hayes too. Okay. I'll hold my other question and comment. Thanks.
All right, so with that, we will move on to public comment. Now, we have 24 people signed up for public comment, and we had initially allotted 15 minutes. We're not going to curtail any of you. You'll have your 3 minutes, each of you, but please stick to 3 minutes. I do have a tendency to be rather lax, much to the frustration of my colleagues, but today we're going to be diligent about really sticking to the 3 minutes from the beginning. So first up, we have Mackenzie Shane.
Yeah, works. I just have to kind of hold it right up near your mouth and talk. Perfect. All right, awesome. Okay. Hi, I'm Mackenzie Shane. I am a fourth grade teacher at Driscoll School. I am with my students here just as a supporting voice for them. Last week we heard from our Mandarin teacher. Mandarin is taught in the K-5 level at Driscoll. We heard that K-5 world language could possibly be cut, and my students took it upon themselves to use their voice in the school to reach out to their fellow students and make them aware, and they wanted to come here tonight to also share with you why they feel that world language should stay in Brookline schools. So I'm going to hand it off to them.
My name is Hanhi. My name is Talia. My name is Ria. My name is Masha. We are in 4th grade Mandarin with Chao Lao Shi at Driscoll School. Last week we learned that world language might go away for all students in kindergarten to 5th grade next year, and we don't want that to happen. Here are some reasons we think world language for K to 5 students should stay in Brookline schools. I feel that it is important to learn another language because it helps your brain grow, inspires you to learn new things, and expands your view of the world. Learning world languages is a great opportunity for kids to learn more about other countries, their language, and their culture. It also offers a great moment for our world language teachers in the district to enjoy teaching and sharing their culture and language with us. I'm proud to say that I already speak 2 languages and love learning Mandarin at Driscoll. There is data that shows that if you speak 2 languages, you are less likely to have memory problems as you get older, and you are probably a better multitasker. Learning a world language is also a lot of fun. Our teacher, Zhao Lao Shi, doesn't just teach us how to speak Mandarin. She teaches us how to write. She shows us fun videos and songs we can sing in Mandarin. We also love celebrating Lunar New Year at Driscoll, celebrating the Chinese and Asian culture and showing off our world language knowledge to our classmates and our families. K-5 world language is something that makes Brookline schools unique. There are not many school districts that offer K-5 world language, and that is why it should stay in Brookline. Our city is so diverse, and having K-5 world language helps celebrate that diversity. We created a petition and spoke to students, parents, and residents of Brookline and asked them to sign our petition if they believed K-5 world language should be saved. We were able to collect 542 signatures in 1 week. Thank you for listening and considering our thoughts and reasons. We hope that we have inspired you to reconsider cutting K-5 world language from the Brookline Schools budget. 谢谢再见, which means thank you and goodbye in Mandarin.
All right, thank you, Ms. Shane, and to your 4th grade students. We will now go to Mr. Matt Durant, Ms. Sandra Sicard, Ms. Jenny Murphy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jenny Murphy. I have been a teacher at the John D. Runkle School for 17 years. I'm joined today by 2 of my colleagues and many more sitting in the audience, and we would like to take this time to clarify our role as educational technology specialists, ETS. As the school committee now knows, based on letters that we have written, many letters that our colleagues have written, and conversations we've had with Jody Fortuna. Our position was inaccurately described at the last school committee meeting on March 15th, and we would like to use this time to ensure that the community members of Brookline understand our incredibly vital role to the public schools of Brookline. First and foremost, we want to make sure that everyone here understands that we are teachers. We spend over 80% of our time in classrooms, integrating technology into lessons, and actively teaching students. We all hold teaching licenses, some with multiple teaching licenses in elementary education and even school administration. We teach our students digital citizenship skills across all grades K through 8. We teach students how to care for devices, how to understand personal and private information, what a digital footprint is, and how to make healthy media choices. We teach students digital media literacy so that they can learn how information can be both a force for good and a tool used to influence and manipulate, as well as successfully balance their use of social media. We teach our students research skills, including how to ask powerful questions, evaluate web resources, how to find information, how to paraphrase so that they understand text, and how to reflect and make sure their information is helping them answer their research questions. This also includes how to ethically use AI. We teach our students how to effectively communicate their learning to authentic audiences. We work with students in all grades to create slides that visually present their ideas during a live presentation, making a book in Book Creator, developing powerful websites, and creating videos. These visual presentations provide our students with the framework and guidance to be great storytellers and presenters of information at BHS, in college, and beyond. We teach our students how to code and think logically. Students across all schools in Brookline experience coding and computer programming using many different tools such as Scratch, Microsoft MakeCode, Probots, and Spiro robots. Many of our students take their love of coding to college and into their professional lives. And lastly, students have shown that they learn best when they learn materials and have opportunities to apply knowledge through project-based learning. We work with students to use their learning while integrating technology and engineering skills in STEAM projects in our makerspaces. Within this work, students are able to share their Book Creator books, their websites, their videos through various artifacts throughout the curriculum.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Matt Durant. I'm the ETS at Roland Hayes School. ETSs collaborate with our fellow educators to thoughtfully and effectively integrate 21st century skills for our students. The support we offer through collaboration and through co-teaching is one of the reasons why Brookline is such a special place to teach in and to be a student in. We make sure that our students are safe and that their privacy is protected by collaborating with teachers to integrate digital literacy into the curriculum. These include digital wellness, online safety, positive social media habits, and more. Now, ETSs frequently learn from one another about digital literacy and other tech tools. We then collaborate with the educators back at our schools to improve our teaching and our students' learning. We improve our students' learning of information literacy by collaborating with our teachers to improve research skills through developing research questions, evaluating resources, paraphrasing text, and more. New technologies are always evolving, so we have to stay current. For example, Jenny mentioned that AI is exploding onto the scene. ETSs are busy learning about AI so that we can bring that back when we collaborate with teachers to develop lessons for our students to ethically and effectively use the AI. We improve our students' communication skills when we collaborate with teachers to develop projects that have students share their learning to authentic audiences through multimedia slide decks, EPUB books, websites, and videos. We share our expertise as ETSs through professional development, offering just-in-time PD for individual teachers or small groups of teachers, and through summer workshops, which improve teaching and student learning of communication skills and more. We improve our students' learning of coding and engineering skills as we collaborate with educators to integrate Scratch, Sphero robots, microbits, and makerspace projects. ETSs spend a lot of time attending workshops and seminars to learn about coding skills and STEAM projects so that we can bring those ideas back to our collaboration and our work with students. So ETSs support teachers as they try new teaching tools and techniques and by being a reliable partner. The success of our ETSs rely heavily on our ability to develop strong, trusting relationships and consistently be there to support our educators as they integrate technology. The districts said for literacy specialists, the model of 1 to 200 students is an excellent model to have powerful collaboration and teaching. The proposed cuts for ETS would bring us to a student ratio of 1 teacher to 1,200 students and ask us to cover 7 sections per grade level across 2 schools. This would stretch us too thin and not allow us to be effective partners for collaboration or co-teaching. This is why we ask you to fully fund our ETS positions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sandy Sicard. I'm the Educational Technology Specialist at Pierce School, and I want to tell you about the other 20% that Matt and Jenny haven't told you about, and that is supporting all of the technology to make sure that it works, because if it doesn't work, the teaching and learning can't work. We know that a perception exists that some of our job responsibilities could be replaced by help desk personnel. They do a great job of supporting the hardware, such as Chromebooks and laptops, and managing the network, but most of what we do is outside their expertise. In most of our grades, at least some of the curriculum is online. In middle schools, most assignments are online. To do this work, students require a working Chromebook. New students need a Chromebook from the day they begin, especially in middle school. With students enrolling most weeks at school, we have to stay up to date preparing and providing Chromebooks and log in information to students. Sometimes students experience issues with Chromebooks, such as broken screens, keyboards that stop functioning, or logins that are forgotten. Since we are on site, we can address those issues on the same day and provide students with a loaner CB Chromebook if theirs requires repairs. We liaison with the help desk to have Chromebooks repaired, and then we return those to the students. We're able to do that by keeping a current supply of Chromebooks ready to go and assigning them as we need to students. As we do this support, as we help students, as we support teachers, we want to highlight that we help them and model how to problem solve so that they can build their skills and learn independence when working with technology. Our district has at least 35 different digital tools. We are familiar with all of them and support staff and students in their use, providing just-in-time professional development and technical support. We also support administrators. In this testing season that is upon us right now, we support the administration and troubleshooting of tests such as MCAS and Access, right? Many of my colleagues and I were texting and calling our vice principals last weekend to make sure that this week went well. We also train teachers to use the software and spend test days walking around the schools, helping troubleshoot issues and making sure everything is running smoothly.
All right, please conclude if you have another sentence or two.
Okay, all right. We also provide systemic supports across the district, including school-based websites and district-based websites. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Miss Rebecca Blowolf, who will be followed by Katie Mitchell and Kristen Wheeler. All right, so we will go to Miss Katie Mitchell and Miss Kristen Wheeler.
I'm Katie Mitchell, a literacy specialist at Hayes School, and I would like to discuss the impact of the proposed elimination of the district's remaining 4 literacy coaches. Let me start by first explaining the difference between the role of literacy coach and literacy specialist, as they are often easily confused. A literacy specialist like myself works with students who are reading below grade level in small cohorts called intervention groups. Contrastingly, literacy coaches are the literacy personnel who are at risk of being eliminated with this budget cut. Each of Brookline's current literacy coaches have received at least a year's worth of professional development paid for by PSB from Lesley University about how to coach classroom teachers. They work to co-teach and co-plan with teachers about best practices around literacy instruction. They are in multiple classrooms a day, providing strong mentorships to new teachers and veterans alike. Last year, the district cut half of the coaching staff, resulting in 4 remaining coaches to be split amongst the 8 schools. I would like to remind everyone that Brookline has committed to 2 very important literacy initiatives within the next year: a universal grades 4 to 8 literacy screener, and most notably, a literacy curriculum for grades K to 8. Adopting a new curriculum is a multi-year endeavor, which requires ongoing professional development and support. In order to have a successful rollout of these important initiatives, PSB needs to retain its coaching staff. It is counterintuitive and short-sighted to select a new curriculum in the same year that we eliminate the entire literacy coaching team. It was suggested last week at the school committee meeting and reiterated by upper admin at a recent literacy specialist meeting that if coaches are cut, this critical professional development for classroom teachers will be provided by the literacy specialists like myself. Specialists are teachers with a wealth of literacy knowledge, but unlike the coaches, we have not received the extensive training that coaches have and cannot possibly be adequately trained in time for the start of this initiative. Additionally, and most importantly, if coaches are cut, it has been made clear that specialists will be asked to take time away from our intervention students, our students who are below grade level, and instead designate an unknown portion of our day to support teachers with new curriculum. I would like to point out that across the district, there is a wait list of students who are below benchmark, who are currently waiting to work with a literacy specialist. Taking away more time in our schedule away from students in order to absorb the loss of literacy coaches will without a doubt cause more students to just do without the critical reading intervention that they need. Do not cut literacy coaches. Doing so will unfairly shortchange both teachers and students of Brookline Public Schools.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kristen Wheeler, and I'm a literacy coach at the Hayes School. So I work with Katie, and so I started at Hayes in 2001 as a literacy specialist. About 15 years into my career as doing that role, which was a job that I absolutely loved, I was asked to consider taking a new role as a literacy coach. Intrigued by the idea, I said yes. And along with a number of my colleagues, I went to Lesley for training, which the town paid for. I don't actually know how many of us were trained, but I think it was around 5 or 6. So I want to say that again, the town paid for us to go to Lesley to get trained to become coaches. So I've held this job since 2017 and I've absolutely loved it. So one of the main things that coaches are trained for is to provide professional development. That's not all we do though. We also co-teach with teachers in classrooms. We analyze literacy data, which we have tons of now, which is awesome, thanks to some new assessments. We help teachers plan for instruction, and despite what you may have heard, we have always been student-facing. So we were told this week, as Katie just said, that a new literacy curriculum is going to be rolled out in the next few years. So we were also told that coaches are slated to be cut, and that literacy specialists are going to be tasked with training and supporting teachers implementing the new curriculum. This just doesn't make sense. So I've worked in both roles. I know that literacy specialists provide intervention and literacy coaches do professional development and all those other things that I just talked about, supporting teachers, supporting students. So why then would the coaches be cut? I think this is really ill-considered and short-sighted. Why not use us in the capacity that we were trained for? And again, that the town has already paid for our training. I can't say this strongly enough. Anytime a literacy specialist is teaching a teacher how to teach a new curriculum, that is time that they are not teaching a child to learn how to read. Our schools are full of kids who struggle with reading despite superior instruction, despite superior materials, which we have a lot of. So in this poorly imagined future that's being cooked up, the biggest losers are going to be the students who need literacy intervention. I'm just about out of time. I had a whole bunch of quotes that I got from people who've worked with coaches, which I am not going to have time to read. I am going to finish with, I made that composting video and I had no idea it was going out to the whole town. And I'm a little bit embarrassed now. And also, just to say one more thing, we had grant money that I used to make that. I did not make that during the school day.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Ms. Wheeler, now we will go to Rebecca Blowolf.
Thank you. I am here. I'm first of all just very appreciative of your volunteerism, and you might recognize me. I have come to speak on behalf of World Language in the past, and I wrote you a letter earlier this week. I voted for the K-5 World Language Program when I was pregnant with my oldest child back in 2008. And then again in the 2015 override. And I'm asking you to stand by voters like me who really want to see a commitment to this program. I'm the parent of a current Driscoll student who is learning Spanish and a BHS sophomore who is taking Chinese and French. And they both study Chinese K-5 at Driscoll. We speak non-native French at home, and we're just super duper into languages. So you might wonder, for a bilingual family, how much value is there in a K-5 world language program? And I just wanna say there is a lot. My husband and I see incredible benefits from our children having been exposed to different worldviews, a different calendar, bringing Chinese New Year celebration into our community, and incredible empathy for kids who are arriving at Driscoll from all over the world without English, kids who are coming from places like Korea, China, and the Ukraine. I think my children have a very different perspective on that as kids who've learned a language from the very beginning. And they have been ready for much deeper language learning when they arrived in middle school. My 10th grader just registered for AP Chinese next year, which would be inconceivable had he not begun at the very beginning. That was not a language we could contribute to in any way in our home. And so really only when we start language learning in kindergarten do we ensure that every student has this opportunity. And I think in a family like ours, that opportunity was going to be there no matter what, but that is not the case for all children in Brookline. And if we want that to be available to everyone, then it has to come through the schools. When I served as National Language Teacher of the Year in 2020, I got to see what language programs look like across this country. And most Americans study a second language for just 2 years and have no functional communicative capacity. What you hear said again and again is, I took 4 years of French in high school and I can't speak a word. And so Americans are way, way behind when it comes to multilingualism. We seem to have this idea that our brains can't do it, that it's too much of a cognitive load on young children. And then we also seem to struggle with how can this possibly be fit into a school day? Elementary schools are expected to do so many things for our learners. But I really feel that we are so lucky to have this program in our town. I'm a middle school French teacher in another district. We lost our elementary program for over a decade in an override, and it was a ton of work and such a loss to try to get it back over all those years. Now my students come in and they've had 6 years of elementary Spanish, which is not the same language as French, but they are completely different learners when they walk into my room. They are open, they are ready to communicate, they are not at all put off by the fact that I'm speaking to them entirely in French. And so when I look at nearby districts like Newton and Wellesley and see them understanding this, I want to know, why should Brookline kids get less? Why can't we make this happen here? I would love your support for the program.
Thank you, Ms. Blowolf. Next, we have Ms. Shenandoah Pan, Ms. Isabella de la Torre, Ms. Colleen Boyle, and Mr. Mark Goldner. They will be followed by Sonia Peterson.
Mark is out with COVID actually, so he ceded his time to us.
Okay.
Mark, if you're watching, hope you feel better. So hello again, frequent flyer here. Seems like maybe the last time, but if you don't know, Shenandoah Pound, 11-year Runkle Spanish teacher. You've all heard me talk many, many times about the strengths and challenges of our program. Some of you, I shout out to Sarah and Stephen for also hearing lots of other conversations about the value of the program and showing so much support for it recently. You've heard us speak about what I believe the program that we have has the potential to become. I hope to explore these with our World Language Task Force, but sadly that kind of just hasn't happened. And the truth is that we can, and in many ways already are succeeding. We just need some support. Mr. Perlman, if I'm not mistaken, you actually observed me teach on Zoom during the pandemic, a second grade class, and we're actually so impressed by what you saw the kids doing in second grade that you came back to advocate to keep K through 2. So I really thought that Brookline, honestly, this is for real, I thought we had a chance to bump Glastonbury off their hill as the shining example of the nationwide non-immersion elementary program that we always are hearing about. I thought that could be us, I really did. And I'm appalled that district leaders have not only refused to support us, but have gone as far as to make claims about the value of our program based on misleading data points and guesses about how to best use hours in the school day. But that's actually not what I'm going to talk about tonight. This year, as a result of the district's refusal to post the needed position at my school in a timely manner, I was bumped up to teach 5th and 6th grade for the first time after 10 years with our youngest learners. I have to say, as sad as I was to lose K2, it's been amazing working with older students who are really getting somewhere with the language. They're no longer novice learners repeating back simple phrases I've taught them. They're really starting to create and express their own unique ideas in Spanish, which is awesome to see. It has been rewarding, and anyone who says that the K-5 program is ineffective probably hasn't taken the time to compare what our 6th grade or our 8th grade or our 12th grade is doing compared to what students in other districts without that K-5 boost are doing. But that's actually not the most rewarding part of the job, as great as that has been. This year, like most years, I have a number of new students from Spanish-speaking countries. Runkle is a school where students anywhere in the district can come to Runkle if they speak Spanish at home. School is challenging for these students, especially in that first year. It's hard enough to be the new kid in the best of cases, and even harder when there's also a language barrier. Now, you may be wondering, why am I talking about kids who already speak Spanish? They don't need me to teach them. But if that's what you're thinking, you are missing the point. Language is about connecting with other people. Learning a second language, or third or fourth, is about breaking down barriers that divide us and building connections with those who have come from different backgrounds. It's about building a shared community that is strong not in spite of differences, but because of them. So the best part of my job isn't seeing the progress my 6th graders have made. It's seeing my 3rd graders try their best to welcome and support a new classmate with the Spanish that they have. It's seeing that student say, "Oh, gracias," when she's muttering out loud to herself about the color she needs while digging through the marker bin, and a kid comes up and helps her. It is seeing the smile on her face and the connection that they made, and knowing that this student can start to feel welcome and at home thousands of miles away from the world that she's known. That is the real point of the program. This is why the World Language Review found that our program, while popular with families in general, is even more popular with parents of students who speak the language at home. Because they get it, that it's not just about improving the language skills. It's about values. It's about embracing diversity. It's no coincidence that our small department of about 20 people has members that hail from 8 different countries on 4 different continents, the most diverse in the entire district. It's about saying the world doesn't always revolve around English, and you can learn a little more about someone else's perspective. And if you already have a background in another language, that's awesome. That should be celebrated. That's not something to hide away or feel like you need to keep private from your friends, even if it's not the language we teach. So it's about building community and considering perspectives. It's about making school a place of joy and not just test prep. That is the real value of our program, and that is what you are planning to cut. Sadly, I think some people in town never even tried to understand that. And I hope that if they're listening tonight, it stays with them.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Isabella De La Torre. I'm Spanish teacher at FRR, 4th, 5th, and 6th graders this year. And there are two main points that I want to discuss tonight: the review and what's being said about it, and how the world language program will be treated moving forward. I'll start with the review. I find it really interesting that the only point that has been consistently and repeatedly mentioned about the entire review is what is listed in one paragraph on page 32, which is a section that actually talks about the seal of biliteracy. And that point, the point of this action is actually to say that Brookline is actually preparing students well to be able to obtain the seal of biliteracy at the end of high school. Yet, the data from that paragraph is being used to actually pretend as if the paragraph was written about the effectiveness of the program. Sorry, I lost myself in here. This is being taken out of context, and it's presented as if it was a study of the effectiveness of the world language program, comparing the non-K through 5 with the Spanish and the French. I just want to be clear. I understand that the review would look at the effectiveness of a program, and I would be surprised if it did not. What I do question is how this data is being presented or not presented, because it's interesting that there's no appendix with the data for us to really look at it, and how it is being interpreted. Do we really understand what an intermediate level of language proficiency means? Do we have any idea how long it takes typically for a student to go from the intermediate level to the advanced level? I actually brought here, this is a poster that we have in our classroom, and it's the path to proficiency, and it shows the path. So here, student starts novice low, novice mid, and novice high, and this is the intermediate path. So we have intermediate low, intermediate mid, intermediate high, until they get to advanced. And I just wonder, do we just see how long this level is, and and do you understand when we are saying that students are reaching the intermediate level? What do we really mean? Are we saying that they are all here in the intermediate low? Are we saying that they are here? It's a very long, it's probably one of the longest paths in the language acquisition process. And to say that students are reaching the intermediate level is really not a lot of information unless you are talking in detail about it. So I also want to remind you that I want to remind you, and I want to make the Brookline community aware that the results of the World Language Review were presented to the subcommittee without anyone from the World Language Department present to ask any clarifying questions, to offer any context. So now this, I find that really interesting. Not even the World Language Coordinator was in that meeting. And now this one piece of information about the review is being used to justify the decisions to eliminate the K-5 world language, and that is just wrong. If there are budget issues and world language is on the chopping block, then let's just say that. If we are going to discuss the effectiveness of the program to justify these cuts, then please let's discuss the results more thoroughly without having proper discussions and analysis. I find it extremely disingenuous and deceiving to the public when you say that you are killing the program because of its non-effectiveness. Which brings me to my second point. In the world language, in the school committee meeting, there was a point being made that it's not worth having a program in the lower grades if we can't do it well. Well, with all due respect, I feel like you have chosen to not do it well. Right now, we have a program where a large number of teachers, we have a large number of new teachers, and it's simply because the workload that they have, the positions that were offered, was just unsustainable. We have been unable to retain talent in our program. So will the middle school teachers have a workload that is fair and compatible to other middle school academics? Or will the world language teachers in schools like mine, FRR, will they still prep for 13 different lessons every single week when the other middle school teachers are prepping for 4? Are we going to be able to maintain talent that way? So if we are going to say that we can't have K-5 because we don't do it well, then let's just do it well. Let's just do it well, because honestly,
So I know that my speech is 4.5 minutes, and I'm going to read the whole thing. My name is Colleen Boyle. I am a current resident of Brookline, a graduate of Pierce and Brookline High School, and most importantly, a Spanish teacher at Runkle, currently in my 17th year. So yes, I've been here since before the K-6 elementary world language program started, and I am one of the few that remains in the department that literally built this program from zero once the override passed in 2008. The incredibly high turnover in our department has never been due to the ineffectiveness of the program, but rather as a direct result of the poor treatment our department has faced over all of these years. Before instruction started in January of 2009, a group of us sat in a windowless room in the SEC for hours writing curriculum each day. I would spend my morning writing curriculum and then go to Runkle for the afternoon to teach my middle school classes. Over the years, my main teaching role has been in 6th, 7th, and 8th grades. However, I've also taught 5th grade for a number of years, and one year I was even given 2nd grade in addition to my middle school classes because apparently my schedule wasn't full enough. So why not give me a random grade level, right? The principals and central administration making these decisions are not keeping what's best for students in mind at all. They're focused on what is easiest and most convenient for them in terms of scheduling and budgeting. Instead of working with us, which we as world language teachers have tried to do numerous times, the district is proposing to cut the program because it's just too difficult to manage. What a sad excuse for leadership that is making decisions that deeply impact all students in Brookline. I guarantee that this is not what's best for students, families, nor teachers. Only administration is benefiting from this cut, allowing them to remain inefficient at scheduling and giving individual principals the power to decide what 1.0 FTE looks like within each building and for each teacher individually. You, as school committee members, have to put a stop to this. I've spoken to a few of you, and I appreciate your willingness to hear and understand the reality of the situation from us, the people who live this every day. This K-5 cut will further exacerbate the overscheduling problems for world language teachers, which is at the root of our retention issues, as you all know. Only now, the overburdening is moving up the chain to middle school teachers since there won't be elementary Spanish and Chinese teachers to take advantage of anymore once they eliminate the program. The Office of Teaching and Learning and the building principals have proposed a cut that is an attempt to literally balance the budget on my back personally. Some of the savings that OTL presented in the budget are misleading. For example, I've been a 1.0 teaching 5 classes across 6, 7, and 8, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade for the vast majority of my 17 years at Runkle. And next year with this cut, I will be forced to take on an additional section in 6th grade, essentially absorbing a 0.2 while remaining a 1.0 FTE. How is that even possible? Meanwhile, the rest of my 6th through 8 team at Runkle teaches 4 or 5 classes and only 2 grade levels to be a 1.0. This change will exclude me from our weekly team meetings and special education consult so that my contractual 1 prep per day is met, even though I will be teaching the majority of students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. This change will also prohibit me from having a WIN or advisory, which is really a time that I am able to connect with students in English for once, and with those students who don't take Spanish at all. If individual schools are willing to award a 0.2 FTE to some teachers for running a WIN and or advisory 2 to 3 times a week, then it is absurd to count a 6th grade Spanish, Chinese, or French class as 0.1. The abuse and exploitation of world language teachers needs to stop, and you all have the power to do that. Beyond the budget conversation, it is imperative that you meet with the BEU to finally define what 1.0 FTE looks like within each and across all buildings. The inequity is outrageous and has gone on for far too long. I am appalled and beyond disappointed that the principals and the Office of Teaching and Learning have decided that world language isn't worth their time, even though the community has supported it time and time again. You, school committee members, who are elected by the same community that has voted to raise taxes multiple times in order to keep our program active, must step up and help the community's voices and wishes be heard. I'm not even asking you to delay the vote anymore. This budget proposal should be flat out rejected. This proposal is absolutely not in the best interest of our students. It is the antithesis of a student-centered and well thought out plan. Central administration paid more than 1 teacher's salary for the World Language Review last spring and the subsequent professional development we are going through this year. Then suddenly decided to cut the program without even allowing us 1 year to begin to implement any single recommendation from that very costly review. That shows poor leadership decisions and a gross mismanagement of money. It's not a surprise we're in a deficit year after year. You, members of the school committee, cannot accept this budget proposal as it stands without hearing from those of us that do understand the impacts and are willing to work on creative problem solving without decimating an entire program that, once again, the community supports. You are our only hope. This cut is going to cause far more detriment to the students of public schools of Brookline than it is worth in monetary value. You cannot, in good faith, vote for this budget proposal to move forward knowing that our community voted 3 times to fund our program because they want it to succeed. I urge you to push back on Dr. Guillory, Dr. Fortuna, and the building principals to explore other options that do not cut core parts of the vision and fabric of the Brookline schools. Thank you.
All right, next we have Ms. Sonia Peterson, who will be followed by Louisa Janess. All right, we will move to Ms. Louisa Janess, who will be followed by Lauren Finnecane.
大家好，我叫简罗莎，我在布鲁克兰长大。我2011年高中毕业。Some of you may have understood what I just said. For those of you who didn't, I simply said, hello, my name is Louisa Janess. I grew up in Brookline, and I graduated from Brookline High School in 2011. The reason that I am able to speak Mandarin as well as I am is because I was fortunate enough to have started learning when I was in 1st grade. I continued learning throughout high school and took the Chinese AP exam. In college, I continued my studies and was able to pass the Hanyu Shaping Kaoshi level 5. This is the highest level of proficiency exam recognized by the Chinese government. Learning Chinese sparked my love of languages. Towards the end of high school, I started teaching myself Arabic. I was fortunate enough to be able to take 4 years of Arabic in college as well. However, I noticed a marked difference in my Arabic and Chinese abilities. There are several phonemes in Arabic that I am simply not able to pronounce correctly because I didn't start learning early enough. In contrast, when I speak Chinese, I'm able to speak with minimal accent and a fluency that comes as a surprise to many native speakers. This ability has benefited me in numerous ways. I have been able to give tourists directions when I overheard them trying to figure out how to navigate the T. I work part-time at the Aquatic Center front desk, and on numerous occasions, I've needed to explain pool hours, closures, or swim lesson information to members of our own community who only speak Chinese. And perhaps one of the greatest benefits is that my language skills are almost always brought up at job interviews. I have even been told by potential employers that they wanted to interview me because of the language background on my resume, even when it was not the focus of the job that I was applying for. Before I go over my time, I want to share one of my favorite jokes. What do you call someone who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual. What do you call someone who speaks 2 languages? Bilingual. What do you call someone who can only speak 1 language? American. Please do not turn Brookline schools into run-of-the-mill American schools by eliminating K-5 foreign languages. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you, Ms. Janess. Our next speaker is Ms. Lauren Finnecane.
Hi, I'm Lauren Finucane. I'm a Brookline resident, a mom of Lawrence kids, and a teacher at Lawrence. First, I'd like to thank the school committee and the superintendent for your tireless work in making the Brookline schools special. Mariah just told me that most of you are bilingual, at least. And so I don't have to harangue you about the benefits of bilingualism. You've experienced them firsthand already. So instead, I'd like to talk about how final this decision would be. If you cut this program, it will be all but impossible to build back. You see the passion of these amazing, amazing language teachers. They're going to be scooped up by another district, and 15 years of hard work and taxpayer money will be flushed down the toilet. A temporary budget fix is preferable to a permanent decision that runs counter to the will of the Brookline community here tonight. And I am here for the World Language Department, but that is so true for the ETS specialists, for the literacy coaches. We can figure something out now and do another override. It's worth it to not ruin this. Voters have passed multiple overrides in support of our World Language program, including one last year. We, the Brookline voters, know that language learning aptitude is highest for young children, and we want our kids to have high quality language instruction while their brains are primed for language acquisition. There are some parents who have lost their faith in our program. Just last week, I heard a mom lamenting how little her kids can say after years of elementary Spanish class. And I hear that frustration, but I've been in the world language classes. I was a Spanish teacher and left when my position kept getting changed. And I've walked into many of these classrooms and seen just complete immersion environments with every single kid engaged. So to the Brookline people who are worried about a program that where their kids are not speaking after in second grade, I want them to understand that when you're in that class, they're actively engaged. Their brains are processing Spanish. They are developing a complex implicit language system that's going to benefit them forever. In language acquisition, comprehension comes before expression, and being able to speak isn't the first goal. Communication comes down that road that Isabel, wherever she went, showed us on her beautiful poster. There are problems with our program, but they're not irreconcilable. And this program can be even better than what it is now, which is already amazing. I understand that the funding isn't limitless and that financial sustainability is a major issue, but eliminating this program would be an irreversible decision. I deeply believe that a short-term budget fix is better than a permanent decision that goes against the will of the voters. Thank you for considering it.
Thank you, Ms. Finnegan. Next, we have Ms. Christina Toby, who will be followed by Justin Brown.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Okay. I don't think I'm going to speak for 3 minutes, so can I give him, cede a minute to Ellie?
Sure.
Okay. So good evening, and thank you for being here. My name's Christina Toby. I'm never spoken at a school committee meeting, but I'm here to implore you and to say no cuts and yes to a fully funded school system. My focus tonight is going to be on fully funding the K-8 World Language Program, and I stand before you as a Brookline High School Spanish teacher, currently in my 20th year, and also as a parent of 3 students enrolled in the public schools of Brookline, all of whom have benefited from the K-8 program. Getting a little emotional. Just yesterday, my 4th grader told me she was talking to a group of friends on the playground, and they said if the K-8 World Language Program were cut, they would form a secret group to take Spanish lessons like in Harry Potter. And she hoped, which is funny and really it's upsetting at the same time. It's adorable and upsetting. So she hoped I would teach to, maybe my mom can teach us. So, and I want to reiterate, a secret group to take Spanish classes in elementary schools in Brookline. It seems absurd, so we're laughing at it. But it's true. So they were real, it was real. I said I've never spoken here. So I knew I couldn't look my children in the eye unless I stood up and spoke out in favor of keeping a program that they value, that I value, and the voters have time and again demonstrated matters to them when they voted to keep the program. As a teacher, I've seen the benefits of the program. For many years, some of our 9th grade classes have written and illustrated fairy tale stories, and we've always thought it would be great to have an authentic audience for sharing their work. For the past 2 years, we have walked to Pierce to read stories to 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade classes. This is always a highlight for both the high schoolers and elementary students. Certainly, students don't understand all of what the 9th graders read to them, but with their exposure to Spanish from their classes, they can recognize words and are able to see the level of proficiency they can attain by 9th grade. What would this look like if the elementary students had never been exposed to Spanish? What a missed opportunity. There's certainly room for improvement in the K-8 program, and our district hasn't given the program the opportunity to make the changes it needs to thrive. Every time students come and say, like, I don't know a ton of Spanish, it's when they've told me they've had 5 different teachers, and because the teachers aren't staying because they're not given the support that they need. Don't we value a growth mindset? If my students are struggling, I don't just say give up. I work with them to make improvements, and I give them the tools they need to become the best they can be. Why has the district given up on the K-8 world language program? Why do we need to constantly defend all the programs and staff positions we know make the public schools of Brookline what they are, when we know the district has the money to fully fund the programs? So I implore you to vote to fully fund the public schools of Brookline. Thank you.
All right, next we have Mr. Justin Brown, who will be followed by Allison Kerr.
Good evening, members of the Brookline School Committee, Dr. Guillory, BEU members, and community members here and online. My name is Justin Brown, and as president of the BEU and a veteran 4th grade teacher, I rise tonight to say no to cuts and yes to a fully funded school system. As a 4th grade teacher for 17 years at Lawrence, I've worked closely with educators from the 3 groups whose positions are on the chopping block: Spanish teacher Zoe Kern, ETS Kirsten Alper, and literacy coach Diane Mundell. All of these positions proposed to be cut, of course, are also relationships, ones that will leave students in Brookline with a diminished experience and the schools of Brookline with a demoralized workforce. Now, as union president, I'm seeing this from a new perspective, and what I'm learning is deeply unsettling. Instead of fully funding public services, Brookline town leaders seem to instead consistently be underestimating local receipts and using the extra funds to maintain reserve funds at levels higher than needed. Why? To maintain AAA bond ratings, and it seems because Moody's, and by extension Wall Street, is telling them to. For my part, I've reached out to the presidents of educator unions in all 14 municipalities across the Commonwealth who maintain AAA bond ratings, including Hingham, Wellesley, Weston, Concord, Cambridge, Newton, and Lexington. These are the richest towns in one of the richest regions in the richest country, and these unions are seeing the same story with startling consistency. Underestimations, excess going to free cash, a message of absolutely hands off, and being here every spring again and again facing layoffs. Balanced budgets on the backs of educators. In addition, I want to highlight how underserved school districts across the Commonwealth have been by the limit to Chapter 7 funding due to the 4.5% inflation cap, one that is woefully out of line with recent inflation rates. The result is entirely inadequate state funds flowing to school districts. This is the result of a technicality going back about 10 years that locked in that cap. There is a simple fix. The legislature could update language in the new law that would still include the 4.5% cap, but would allow the under and over inflation rates to be used in subsequent years, so that local aid could always catch up to match real inflation rates. A joint statement about this was issued today by the MTA, AFT Mass, and MASC organizations representing Massachusetts public school educators, superintendents, and school committees. What does this mean for right now for our schools for the next year? It means that reserve funds used to fill budget shortfalls could be backfilled by gains from next year. This is a question for the body, and I hope one you'll consider tonight. If this change comes through, will you use those savings to restore the cuts? Thank you.
thanks, Christina, for the extra 40 seconds. And thank you for Mr. Perlman for agreeing to that. So thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Allison Kerr, and I'm in my 6th year as a French teacher in Brookline. I transitioned to BHS this year after 5 years in the K-8 schools, leaving, unfortunately, for some of the reasons that my colleagues have mentioned of my schedule being stretched, adding classes, additional FTE far beyond a 1.0. It was unsustainable, and I'm at the high school, and I feel supported, and it's much better. I'm here to respectfully ask you to do everything in your power to preserve the K-5 world language program to the greatest extent possible, as well as EdTech specialists, literacy coaches, and school secretaries. These roles directly influence the day-to-day functions of our school. I've worked with Jenny and Matt, creating opportunities for students to use technology to meaningfully engage with students their age in France, and with Kristen and Rachel designing the reading-based social emotional program of the Peer Empowerment Program at Hayes School that Dr. Guillory awarded a Spotlight on Excellence last year. All of these roles are essential for our schools. Last school committee meeting, Dr. Fortuna recommended cutting the entire K-5 world language program, 6 years of language instruction with ripple effects all the way through high school, and limiting how many students reach the seal of biliteracy the district hopes to implement. I need to push back on statements that somehow offering after-school programming or summering programming for students to learn language would somehow make up for these cuts. So many students would not access that programming, exacerbating inequities of access and outcomes of who can achieve that seal. Please don't limit elementary world language education to those with the means of accessing it. I find it deeply disheartening that our district leaders have taken the viewpoint that removing K-5 world language instruction is somehow in students' best interest, rather than consider ways that literacy, social studies, and world language can support one another's goals. It's been framed as an either-or or zero-sum game. Viewing elementary world language as distracting rather than an asset is precisely the attitude we hope to change by uplifting the importance of linguistic diversity and multilingualism. It is an asset to learners, not a distraction. When we reference the review completed by Thomas Sauer, I'm disappointed to see that we've been ignoring many of the assets of the program and focusing instead on findings that, taken out of context, could justify cuts. Some of them have been mentioned already. One example of information taken out of context is comparing students' proficiency after 6 to 8 French, which I've taught, which is intermediate low, with that of students at the end of K to 8 Spanish of intermediate mid, without the nuance of what those different sublevels mean. They are distinct and different, and it takes a lot of time to move between the sublevels of intermediate. Please don't underestimate that. We're also not considering that students in K-5 have different minutes of instruction per year than in middle school, or understanding that the students entering 6th grade French, as Rebecca Bluewolf mentioned, have a springboard of K-5 that really should not be underestimated. There's a wealth of cognates and also an availability to language and excitement for learning, a resourcefulness, cognates between the two languages, and familiarity with how a language class operates, what their tools are for being a language detective. All of that they show up in my classroom, or they showed up in my classroom in 6th grade and having. And that really supports where they end up by the end of 6 to 8 French. While it's great to celebrate the accomplishments of 6 to 8 French, we would be remiss to underestimate K-5. Rather than refine the program and make it sustainable using Mr. Sauer's recommendations, the district proposes losing all of the progress this program has made since its creation, years of curriculum development, professional development, and recently tens of thousands of dollars this year that Thomas Sauer and Pearl have been paid to work with educators to implement his recommendations without providing a single year for those to be implemented. Extra 40 seconds. Okay. The district and the district's values of difference and equity are tied with the K-5 program. World language education is essential in a largely English-dominant society precisely because it has the potential to challenge the biases and prejudice implicit in such a society. As our brave student speaker shared earlier, in teaching world language, we're not only introducing students to new vocabulary and structures, we're also exposing them to the rich diversity of cultures, languages, and dialects that exist in our world. It has the potential to improve our nation's intercultural proficiency, inspire empathy for non-native English speakers who must navigate our largely monolingual English dominant society. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Please consider keeping K-5.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Next, we have Ms. Jill Coleman, who will be followed by Amanda Kretschmar.
Hi, I have a very brief statement. I'm hoping that I can cede some of my time to my friend Ted. So I'm Jill Coleman, And our family has lived here in Brookline since the spring of 1994. Our daughter and son are proud graduates of Pierce, and they both graduated from BHS in 2010. We moved across the pond, Jamaica Pond, because we wanted our children to attend Brookline schools. We rented, we borrowed some cash, and we were lucky enough to buy a condo. We are horrified to learn that our elected leaders are considering laying off 20 educators. A town and a school budget is the material evidence of what our elected leaders and our community values. Deciding to put more money into some reserve funds and instead eliminate the programs that the educators have been talking about and to lay off educators is stunning, disappointing, and it's unacceptable. Students in our community have one chance for their public education, and every single one of them deserves a fully funded, fully staffed public school. One chance. You are our elected leaders. And in this moment, our community needs you. We need you to advocate on behalf of our students and our educators. We have the money. No cuts to programs, no cuts to staff. Our students are watching, our community is watching. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
And I'm Ted Lewis, and my kids have benefited from the World Language Program. And what is particularly heartbreaking here, and I made the allusion last week, I think I used the phrase manufactured crisis. And this entirely is a manufactured crisis. You've heard several other people allude to a choice between putting money into reserve funds or funding the World Language Program. That really is the choice. The stabilization fund is going to increase by $2 million next year. That's already in the budget. We have predicted $33 million revenue next year from local receipts. Last year it was $43 million. We are not going to experience a $10 million reduction in local receipts. The dollars are going to be there and they can be used. So my ask of you is to tell the town the dollars are there. Instead of bolstering reserve funds that are already going to be bolstered, fund the programs that the dollars are supposed to go to fund. Thank you.
All right, next we have Miss Amanda Kretschmar and Sonia Peterson. If you've arrived, we can go to you afterwards.
Hi, my name is Amanda Kretschmar, and I rise this evening to say no to cuts and yes to a fully funded school system. I've been a public school teacher for 24 years, the last 14 of which I've been the Pierce School librarian. I have never spoken at a school committee meeting before, even when it was my position that was being threatened to be cut twice. But I'm here tonight to implore you to see the big picture and the long-lasting effects of the decisions you make. 14 years ago, I was so proud to call myself a Brookline educator. After spending my first 10 years in the public schools of Miami-Dade County and West Palm Beach, Florida, I felt like I'd won the lottery coming back to the town where I did my student teaching. I used to brag to my old colleagues that this is how American public schools should be run. Brookline is doing it right. I was treated like a professional and worked with the most amazing and dedicated colleagues. We loved our jobs. Brookline was a town that took pride in its public schools, that respected and trusted and valued its teachers. What has happened? It only took 14 years to make our incredible school system feel more like the awful Florida systems I came from. Fewer teachers and support staff in the schools, more in central admin offices, money wasted on scripted curriculum, a constant threat of our jobs being cut, and a general lack of trust and respect for teachers. You should never announce which departments matter less, and you should never pit departments against each other. It's just a terrible way to run a school system. It's a waste of our time and energy to have to write letters and come to these meetings and explain to the powers that be why our jobs matter. Beg you not to cut us. It's also hard to believe we're truly in another budget crisis when money is continuously being spent. Why are we hiring consultants to tell us exactly what we already know? Why are we purchasing materials that are not needed or wanted? If this is true, why on earth are we hiring HR specialists for teacher retention? I'll tell you right now, there is no teacher retention when teachers feel unsupported, undervalued, unsafe, and miserable. And Brookline, you are looking more and more like the Florida schools I came from every day. We are a global society that values world languages, and yet you have consistently underfunded and mismanaged this program since its initiation, even after the people in this town voted to support it. You're threatening to cut literacy coaches entirely after making their jobs impossible when you cut them in half last year, those positions. And you are shooting yourself in the foot by eliminating any of our education technology specialists at a time when we as a district are completely dependent on technology and have no idea where the future of AI will take us, let alone the importance of digital literacy, internet safety, and critical thinking. We need these specialists more now than ever, all of them. And because classroom teachers cannot do it all on their own, we need our colleagues in these support roles. We need less people telling us how to do our jobs and more people in the schools actually doing the work of teaching. I implore you, beg you to please rethink these budget cuts. Be the leaders we need you to be and advocate for what is right. Please make us proud of the Brookline Public Schools again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kretschmar. Do we have Ms. Sonia Peterson here? All right, in that case, we will move on to our public commenters on Zoom. And first, we have Mr. Seth Finkelstein. Do you have a question? I'm not sure what you're asking.
No, I was wondering if I could get added to the speaker list. Is it my turn?
If somebody wants to cede some time, but we do have rules about registering.
Are you talking? I'm
Right,
sorry,
but did that person? Okay, let's go to Mr. Finkelstein. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, my name is Seth Finkelstein. I first want to thank the committee and the superintendent for all the time they put into these meetings and hearing everyone's concerns. My family's lived in Brookline for 20 years. I have 3 daughters. One graduated from Brookline High School. One is a junior and one is a 4th grader at Roland Hayes. And I would just like to speak in favor of retaining the K-5 world language program. But first, I do want to take you back to New Jersey in the mid-1980s. And while we did have excellent pizza and Bruce Springsteen, we didn't have a K-5 language program. And as a student in the public school system, my first foreign language exposure was Spanish with Senor Aquino in 8th grade. And by the time I got to high school, my Spanish was so poor that Senor Zappi would jokingly cover his ears whenever I spoke. And I contrast this with my 3 daughters, all who have benefited from this wonderful and unique program here in Brookline. My 2 older girls speak Spanish beautifully, and my 4th grader can actually put together small Spanish sentences. And it really is remarkable. And obviously, like everyone here, I've seen studies that back up this anecdotal evidence that starting languages early has a profound impact on learning and learning a new language. And the other point I'd just like to raise is that it just seems especially important in a world that's becoming increasingly insular and less global to give our kids more exposure to other places and cultures, not less. The K-5 language program is one of the many things that has made Brookline Public Schools such a wonderful place, and it's something that we should strive to protect. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Finkelstein. Next, we have Ms. Dawn Feverly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, hi. Hi, my name is Dawn Feverly, and I have an upcoming kindergartner entering into the Brookline school system this fall. One of the things that I was most excited about was the fact that she would be learning a language early, because coming from a dual language household, not either the languages that are spoken, I recognize how imperative it is for children to learn another language early. Not only that, but it helps open up their cultural recognition for other cultures. And this is something I've witnessed with my own children, and then when I started a language as a child. And so I ask that you please don't push off starting a language until 6th grade, that this is really a unique program, and I really want to see my children go into it. Thank you.
All right, next we have Ms. Caitlin Robinson.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Robinson, a Spanish teacher at Lawrence School, currently teaching grades 3 through 6. I want to express my concern about the rationale that was presented for the elimination of K through 5 world language. I was surprised to hear the Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning link the cutting of K through 5 world language to the need for students to learn about the world and to learn to speak, read, and write. We do all of this in K through 5 world language. Picture books and stories set the context for all of my units in elementary school. So much of what we do is literacy, and with children's literature, that is often a product of the target cultures. Just because it isn't in English or from a specific prescribed literacy curriculum, it doesn't mean it is not literacy. It doesn't mean it doesn't have value. And world language is multidisciplinary. For example, students learn about the monarch butterfly migration and life cycle. In doing so, they engage in mapping, track the monarchs over the course of their migration, learn about the monarch's habitat, and exchange messages and symbolic butterflies with children who live near the monarch sanctuaries in Michoacan, Mexico. This is but one example of many links to social studies and science, and is in addition to all the ways that literacy is integrated into this unit. But what I learned at the last school committee meeting was that literacy, science, and social studies instruction that happen in the world language class do not count. Eliminating 36 hours of world language only yields the stated increase of 36 hours in literacy instruction, when literacy that happens in the world language classroom is assigned a value of 0. The same goes for the stated increase of 54 hours of science and social studies instruction. It implies that any of this instruction that happens in world language is worthless, valued at 0. This harmful messaging does not align with Brookline's stated values, and it cannot be taken in isolation from the broader political context in which we live, where America first or America only rhetoric abounds. And here I'm referring to a meaning of America that is much narrower than the meaning of America that my students learn about in Spanish. I urge you to reject this proposal, this messaging, and this rationale for eliminating K through 5 world language, and to show, not just say, that you value world language and learning that happens in languages other than English, and that reflects different worldviews. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Liz Gorman.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm from home. I came down with a fever today, but first I just want to thank you for your service to this town. My name is Liz Gorman. I speak to advocate for the preservation of the elementary world language program. I am concerned, sad, and angry about the possible elimination of the K-5 program. As a longtime Brookline resident and Brookline Public Schools parent, I ask you to reflect back what we are telling you tonight. We, the taxpayers and your constituents in this town, voted for an override in 2009 to create and sustain a K-5 world language program, and in 2 subsequent overrides, a clear vote to invest in it. Very few communities have K-12 world language programs, and this is one of the things that distinguishes our school system. My friends with children in other communities envy us, and cutting this program would be a huge public loss for the public schools of Brookline. I am also a Spanish teacher at Brookline High School in my 28th year of teaching, which puts me in the unique position of remembering the program well before and after the addition of early elementary world languages to our schools. There are a host of benefits of learning world languages, including cross-cultural understanding, but tonight I am going to focus on our achievement outcomes. I remember clearly the first 5 to 6 years after that override vote when the students from K-8 started arriving in our classes, each year with more language. Each year we revised, enriched, and ultimately rewrote our entire curriculums to respond to the growing skills the students were bringing. The impact of starting younger is significant. What I can do with my Spanish 4 students is fundamentally different from my colleagues in other districts without elementary programs. Please understand that to cut the entire K-5 program would be devastating to our high school world language program and roll back almost a decade of work by our team. Imagine cutting K-5 math and the impact it would have on a student's development of those skills. This is an equity issue. Dr. Guillory has expressed support for bringing the Seal of Biliteracy to Brookline, a prestigious national credential that would reward students with a distinction on their diplomas for earning an intermediate high or advanced low proficiency level. We have always had some students who progressed quickly and who have been able to enrich that progress with travel abroad and immersion experiences. However, the majority of our students need the full K-12 experience to achieve these high levels of proficiency, and we believe that all students deserve this opportunity. Without a K-5 program, those with the means to have outside experiences in learning a language would have a significant leg up in accessing that honor. The school committee should reflect what they hear from the community. We have been given almost no time to weigh in, and yet you are hearing compelling testimony in public comment and in the more than 50 community letters that you have read. Please listen and examine every possible way to keep the program alive. These are hard budget decisions. Even without new revenue, we absolutely can and should fund 1 to 2 years of the program. Every additional year matters. Difficulty scheduling is not a good enough reason to make this choice. This community has always gone against the grain in valuing and celebrating multilingualism, unlike much of the United States. We are telling you as a community that we value this. If you, the school committee, do not value world language, please come out and say it. This is what a yes vote for this budget means tonight. Keep the door open. Once the program is gone, it is gone. Thank you for listening.
Next, we have Darcy Pfeiffer.
Can you see me?
We see you and hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you all for everything that you do every single day. I appreciate it. I'm here as a 26-year Brookline resident, taxpayer, 2 BHS grads, and a kid at Hayes. I say no cuts and please fund our children fully. The recent decision by the town of Brookline to implement a $3 million budget cut from our school budget, particularly concerning reduction in funding of our language education for our K-5 students and literacy coach reduction, is disheartening. It's not okay, guys. It's not okay. We need this critical education programs for our town, for our kids, for them to survive and thrive. Our town continues to engage in in-depth conversations about projects like the reserve funds and an incredibly expensive new ice rink. I just don't see how we can put an ice rink up when we're taking language away from our children. Education, especially at the foundation levels, play a critical and pivotal role in shaping the future of our children and our community. By cutting funding for our language education, world language literacy coaches in our critical K to 5 years, we're risk depriving our children the invaluable opportunities for our culturally enrichment, cognitive development, the love of reading, and global competency. As a community, we prioritize the holistic development of our children, which includes nurturing their linguistic abilities and cultural awareness from an early age. While we understand the need for budgetary prudence and the challenges of balancing those priorities, I know it's really tough, but it's essential that we keep critical assets for longer term. Such cuts are going to ruin our children. Education is an investment in our collective future. Short-term budgetary considerations should not come to the expense of our children's academic and personal growth. Furthermore, it's imperative that we foster transparency and accountability in these decision-making processes. We hope that you don't vote for this. I urge town officials to reconsider this decision and explore alternative solutions that preserve and enhance our language education for our K-8 students. I encourage our fellow residents to actively engage in discussions, the importance of education, the collaboration on finding suitable solutions that prioritize the well-being and future success of our children. Let us reaffirm our commitment to providing a comprehensive and equitable education for all Brookline students, ensuring that they have the tools and opportunities to thrive in an increasingly interconnected and diverse world. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue to keep our children at the highest level of public education that our taxes pay for in this intensely competitive community, city, nation, and world. Thank you.
All right, last call for Sonia Peterson. All right, Bob Miller.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I know it's a long night, and I appreciate what you all do. I've actually voted for all of the people on, well, except for Sarah, who I will hope to vote for soon. I'll try to be quick, and I'm not going to repeat anything that's been said. So, I think I won't. I would encourage you on the world language thing. The voters. I voted for it. I've been paying for it. In terms of the override, it seems like it would be something that the community deserves a chance to vote on before it goes away. It's much easier to go away than to come back. And what I want to address is the education, the ETS position. I retired, so Bob Miller, I retired 2 years ago from teaching science at the Heath School, now the Hayes School. And I wanted to address the benefit I got from Matt Durant. There's nobody who had a greater impact on my teaching and on the education that the students I taught got than Matt. Not only was he there to give me instruction on use of technology, he brought projects that I used for years and years after he brought them to me. He is somebody who was in all of the levels of the classes and all of the classrooms, and brought me all sorts of information. I thought of him like a bumblebee. He was taking information and bringing it all around the school. So I appreciate you letting me speak. I don't want to go on any longer, but I think that these positions that we're talking about are the difference between good schools and great schools. And I really encourage you. I know budgets are tough. Believe me, I understand that. but I would really encourage you to try to find a way to keep these really valuable jobs. There is no, bringing them back will be unbelievably difficult, if not impossible. And, yeah, so I'll leave it there. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you to everyone who participated in public comment today. That concludes public comment for this evening. We will now move into presentations and discussions of current issues. FY25 budget update. Dr. Givens.
Good evening, and I believe the next item on the agenda is user fees and building rental fees. So the Finance Committee, yes? Okay.
All right.
Okay. So the Finance Committee met and discussed the fees over 2 sessions. And has put before you the fees as currently being instituted this year for building rentals, as well as most of our fees with the exception of material fees, which would be going up by 3% next year. And then, of course, we had to set the tuition rate for BEEP. And the recommendation for that tuition for the upcoming school year is $15,500. So I don't know if there's any questions. We spent quite some time walking through those, but certainly we're happy to answer any questions people may have about the fees.
Go ahead, Mariah, then Helen.
The only thing I would just add to that summary is that the discussion of the BEEP fees was based on the actual cost per student with a very slight 3% contingency. So the actual cost was just over $15,000, and we put in a 3% contingency, which brought us to $15,500.
Helen?
Yeah, I will support the fees. However, I'd like to request that the Finance Committee, since these are the youngest families with probably the tightest budgets, think very clearly for next year early on, and maybe for the next few years if we can, what the increases would be, and to try and minimize them, obviously, as much as possible for those families. So I'm going to support this. We have 2 or 3 hours more in the day for some students. Because we're going to full day, it makes sense. But I think we need to do that so people can plan.
The only thing I thank you for the support, and I would just add that last year the cost for this time for students who are participating was around $19,000 because they paid for the day and then extended day. So it's actually a significant reduction in cost for families who have been in those both the prior year and the upcoming year.
Yeah.
So that's good news for.
That's the good news.
Yes.
And then for those who were only half day, it's more. But yes, I agree.
And in the future, we will take up fees in the fall. So there'll be a longer runway for families to make any adjustments to their budget. So,
Dr. Givens, could you restate what you said about the fee structure? You said most are going up by 3%.
no, they're remaining the same as they are this year, with the
Okay.
exception of material fees going up by 3%.
I see.
And the establishment of the BEEP tuition for next year at $15,500.
So otherwise, we left all the building user fees static from last year, and all of the other fees are static. Yeah. Oh, one other thing I want to highlight is in the past 2 years, sorry, Susan, this was a good thing to mention. We had voted additional waivers on food for students who are on free and reduced lunch partway through the year. And we did that again last year. And this year we're getting ahead of it and doing it at the same time. So the section on food services actually includes the language of the vote so that students on free and reduced lunch can get second lunches or other a la carte menus, other a la carte menu items at no cost.
All right, so would
I'm going to
someone like
move
to-
that we accept both the user fees and the whatever the other thing is
Building
called, building rental fees. Thank you for FY25.
Is there, all right, Sarah seconds.
Worth
Natalia, you're
noting also that this was fully recommended by the Finance Subcommittee.
Yes, it is worth. Thank you, Stephen.
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. And all right, so with that, we now move into a discussion and possible votes on the FY25 budget request.
Okay. Going to do a quick review?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to walk through again. Can you hear me?
We
Is
do.
that better? Okay. If you can go to the next slide. I'm just going to walk through a summary of where we're at for those that weren't here previously for the presentation, just to kind of ground us in what the work is here tonight. So as we approached the task of making a recommendation as requested by the school board for $3 million worth of reductions, we kept our eye on our plans for high quality teaching and learning, foundations and equity, having adequate time on learning, and enhancing literacy for all. These are all priorities spelled out in the strategic plan in year one. So as we thought about, how do we go about even contemplating what might be put forth for potential adjustments to the budget, these are the items that we kept reviewing in our minds. How does this relate to the strategic plan and these four priorities in particular? So when we proposed our budget back in January, we knew that the budget that we presented was higher than what was allocated by the town during the budget override meetings last year. So during the override conversations, the school had anticipated its expenses would be about $137,100. No, $137,100,000. And our budget came in at, and this initial budget came in at $138,642,000. So that's $1.5 million above what was anticipated. So I know some have asked, how can that be? We did all of this work, and of course, when you're preparing budget or forecast, there's always assumptions that you make, and sometimes things crop up that weren't anticipated during the time of those conversations and during the planning process. And so there's a couple of things that I don't believe were fully captured in the override. One was utility costs. The utility costs associated with the schools were significantly higher in the prior year and carrying forward into this upcoming year to capture in the budget cycle of 25 to kind of right size or true up to the actual costs. In addition to that, transportation associated with students that needed to be transported to placements outside of our school district, and the cost of transportation broadly is significantly more expensive in communities, Brookline included, than they have been in the past. So one of the things that we did to try to mitigate the impact of this large increase to our transportation costs was to go out to bid, which we did. And a couple of weeks ago, we opened those bids, and thankfully they were a little more favorable, but it still doesn't change that that cost alone had increased by almost $1 million. I'm sure some of that was captured in the projection, but certainly that is not a number that one would be able to necessarily anticipate when they're doing just regular forecasting. So those two items, and of course we added the 5 high school teaching positions as well. So in combination, I think those are some of the items that were budget drivers, in addition to, of course, salaries, the cost of, step and column, cost of living, are the biggest budget drivers in a school district. I think we're at 83 or 84% of our budget is associated with salaries. So I just wanted to give that context. So, some pieces are, kind of structural components that, must be paid for. We have to pay for utilities. We have to pay for transportation. There's things that we have to pay for. And some of those are affecting, the budget numbers that are before you tonight. In addition to that,
Susan?
yes.
Before you go on, I just want to make sure I understand that last point. So that means that post override, the projections for utilities and transportation costs came in much higher than initially projected. And those are major drivers of the budget gap that we're trying to remedy tonight.
That's my best understanding. And I say that because when I look at what was budgeted in FY24 for those costs, and then I look at what the costs and expenses are that are coming in right here, right now, they're significantly higher this year. And so when we're looking at transportation and the increase there, it's based on this year's are significantly overspent, right? And so those costs are soaring now on us, and I'm trying to capture that in the upcoming year budget.
Is it possible for you to give us a ballpark of the size of the difference in projections in the, I know you weren't here immediately post override, and okay.
I don't have, unfortunately, what I don't have is what each component of your budget, how the forecasting for FY25 was developed. I don't have that. So I can only speak in kind of broad terms and look at what your FY24 budget is that tied to the override number for this year. And then when I'm looking at gaps and I'm looking at the difference between what was budgeted in 24 and what we're overspending in the current year, I'm surmising that if you knew that in advance, you would have built that in the FY24 budget, but you must not have seen it. If you saw it, that you would have addressed it. So
Okay.
so that's where I'm
Okay.
yeah,
thank
it's
you.
it's not based on I know exactly what the forecasting methodology was. It's rather what experience we're having right now and how that is impacting the numbers we're putting forth in 25 for that particular item. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context again. One of the things that happened since our last meeting that was positive is that the GIC numbers came in. And so the GIC stands for Group Insurance Commission, or our health insurance for the town. The town had built the budget numbers around a 10% increase, and they came in approximately 9.5. And so as a result of that, we share in a portion of that savings, and that the portion we share in resulted in $224,805 to the good. So that's excellent news, less that we have to reduce overall. So that's the big highlight for tonight, that has a positive impact on our work. So the budget gap is about $2 million, and then there were some items that the school board wanted to add to the budget. ELA curriculum, there's sufficient money in the budget right now to fund the ELA curriculum, except for this $20,000 short. shortage, and so you wanted to add that in, so we have full funding for that. In addition, the high school administration was here about a month ago, and they presented to you on class size and had requested an additional 2 teachers to help address class size concerns there. And so adding that in would cost about $160,000. And then the Pierce campus split, there's some additional staff being requested. As the campus splits, there's services that need to be provided, and having the campuses so far apart, it would make it particularly difficult to address student needs and building needs without adding a little bit of staff. So the request there was for $138,000. So the total increase there would be $318,000. You had also talked a bit about adding the Winthrop House early, and I know Deputy Superintendent O'Connell has indicated that she'd be able to kind of transition that in over a couple of years, and that next year I believe she can fund the increase out of one of our grants, so it would have no impact. You don't need to add anything for that here, so I'm just footnoting it. She'll be able to move forward with that using alternative funding sources. So it kind of moves that off the table of conversation for tonight. So that means that if we add those 3 items, that it makes the budget gap $2,322,996. So from there, so that's all the ads.
If I may just ask a question here.
absolutely.
So the grant for Winthrop House, is that a multi-year grant? Would we need to find that money in the second year? How long is it for?
The IDE grant,
Okay.
but the idea is oftentimes you use grants as seed money for launching programs, and then if you have, it becomes an integral part of your ongoing programming, you probably over time migrate that into your regular education or your operating budget over time. I'm suspecting that would be the case.
Okay.
This would be the launch, you know, if all goes well, then we would migrate the program into our operating budget in future years.
And then also my understanding from a presentation we had on this previously is that long-term, we think that it's at cost neutral. Okay. Natalia?
What was the answer? I think it was yes. Can I ask about the Pierce campus split? Last time, or at some point, we had said maybe that could be budgeted into the Pierce project funds, or they were going to look at that. Is that
Yes,
possible?
we were, and we will. I can't speak for the Pierce budget right now, but that would be my goal, to make sure that that goes into the
Okay,
Pierce budget.
so
because
we
it's a
can kind of
cost.
put this in a parenthetical that this is an,
Exactly, I
okay,
would
thank
do
you.
that at
Okay,
those
thank
points.
you.
And an upcoming slide, I'm kind of backing that out based on that conversation, but I just wanted to highlight the items that you had talked about potentially increasing. Yeah.
Mariah?
Can you just clarify for me, on the 14th, the gap was 2,024,571. Why is it 2,004,000 tonight?
2,004,000 because I reduced the GIC money.
Oh, you've already
29.
reduced but when the gap was 2,024,571, if you reduce the GIC money, wouldn't it be like 1.8?
I'm reducing it in a different order on the slides, Mariah, than what you were looking at there.
Okay.
I tried to bucket them a little bit differently here in case you wanted to take votes on things like, you know, budget adjustments and things. So I just regrouped them differently to try to highlight where the GIC impacted on the line that you had traditionally seen it. So I've reordered it a little from what you'd seen before. It'll get down to the end in the end.
Okay.
I'm just. So.
Susan?
Yes.
I just want to make a different version of my question from before.
Okay.
There was 5 to 7 FTEs that we're adding to BHS that we're going to discuss tonight. and there is ELA curriculum, and we're taking out the Pierce campus split. Other than that, though, the main drivers of the budget gap, this is the point I want to confirm and emphasize, they are due to structural factors outside of the district's control. They're obligations that we have to fulfill that were not projected at the time of the override. Is that correct?
Yes, these are items, the utility,
Okay, so
for
they're
example.
not due to choices that PSB made previously that we're now looking to counterbalance. They're due to obligations that we have to fulfill, period. And now we have to look for cuts to balance these obligations that we didn't forecast initially.
Anticipate. And I think it's important, especially on the utility, because and I want to make sure that people understand, it's not because we're not being conservative with, turning off lights and all of that. That is not the reason why the utilities shifted. There was, in fact, I guess, an error in the rate that was being used. And so when they identified this we don't do the projections on those. When they identified that.
On the town side.
On the town side, right. But it's for the schools, and this is above the line costs. So unfortunately, they're real true costs, but it's not as a result of something we've done. It just happens to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that explanation.
Yeah.
I'm just belaboring this point to preempt any narrative that what we're doing tonight is the consequence either of mismanagement or of compensating for choices that we made to fund some activities that we now have to counteract with cuts now. We're making cuts because we are having to deal with structural factors that are imposed on the entire town and affecting PSB as well.
It affects us and it affects the town as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So the next slide, we start doing, we go through, and again, you've seen these, and I've lumped. This is one of the things I've lumped differently than you saw it before. So I tried this time for clarity purposes, hopefully, to put what budget adjustments. So in other words, these are things that have happened that don't affect the service delivery in any way, but in fact, reduce the budget because we've learned more as we've gone along, and or we've targeted certain expenses to be charged off to grants, similar to with Winthrop House. So since we're not going to need to carry this money in the operating budget, we're able to reduce it. So when you add up the numbers on this slide, it's 414,000. I think it says 52, but my 52. There we go. So now we can subtract this from the total, and on the next slide, we reduce the gap to 1.9. And so right now, that's the gap that we're trying to close. And on the next several slides, in order of priority, appear those reductions or options to consider for reductions. So if you can go to the next, and this is already, but again, what I moved out of the original list that you saw on the 14th were just those budget adjustments. So it makes this list look a little bit smaller, but that's because we've already accounted for those. And then for on the district-wide, there's the supplies and services. At the Pierce School, the administration is recommending that we fund that through alternative sources. So where we added it before, we're suggesting subtract it here. On OTL, there's some administrative positions, 1.5 positions that would be reduced. And then the much discussed tonight, or we've heard an awful lot tonight about the next several items, which is the World Language Program, K-5, followed by the literacy coaches, and then on the next slide. So those alone, I subtotaled by slide, so that those cuts in total would be a little over 2 million. Again, 1.9 is the target. And then on this last slide here, it's just simply the other two items, which is the ETSs, 4 FTE there, and then positions to be determined at the high school, totaling 133. So that's an additional 553,000. So that's just a summary, just to kind of reorient us. So the conversation is really on these last two slides. I believe that's where the school committee will continue their deliberation. And Jody and Lisa and I and superintendent are all here to answer whatever questions we can to help you in this process.
On the BHS position, I know on the other slide we said +2, and then this is -1, but the +2 are 160 and this -1 is 133. Is it because it's an administrative, right? Was it?
It's not identified at this point. So
Non-student facing, yeah.
So that's the non-student facing BHS positions TBD line. rather than
when we presented it, Anthony, the principal, suggested that we write the item like this because he needs to go through the scheduling process and make some adjustments there, and isn't sure where exactly the adjustments would be made, but wanted to have the benefit of being able to schedule because he understands that the class size issue is, a high priority to address that. So he felt that he would look throughout the high school for options, but wanted to hold off on identifying what those would be until after he had completed the scheduling process. So if he can provide you with class sizes that are more aligned with your historical expectations, and there was a 0.2 left over, then maybe that would be a reduction, but not at the expense of addressing your class size, the class size challenge you face this year. And it could be anything else, he understands. It just has to total to that amount of money. Not necessarily an FTE. That's why I have an FTE there, because I don't know.
I'm sorry, Susan, did the 1908 figure include the subscriptions reduction or not? I apologize for missing that. The
slide before?
Yeah, the gap prior to this one. Did that figure include the subscriptions reduction for 220?
Well, we have in the budget process prior to this, prior to even presenting, we have reduced those lines a little bit, but you would be reducing the supplies and materials off of that. It's not included in the cuts.
That's not included.
Not included. On the next slide, you start further reductions.
But
which
that does
includes
include the transportation adjustment.
Yes.
And the salary reimbursement for the BU.
Yes, exactly. Those would be budget adjustments as
Thank you.
opposed to reductions in a supply, a service of some sort. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, because really, if the board wanted to vote, I wanted to put those up because you could just vote the budget adjustments and then and get that kind of component of it over with without having to go back and forth about this, because those don't affect any supplies, services, or any other programming.
I'm sorry, one more question.
Yes.
Do these figures include Winthrop House or not?
They don't, because Winthrop House will be phased in and is funded through other sources.
So there is no available cut to an assumption of spending 235 on Winthrop House. Right, but we can't subtract 235.
No, you can't, because I didn't put it in.
There's nothing to be removed.
There's nothing to be removed because I didn't put it in the first place. That's why on the first slide I only had the 3 items and then the footnote on Winthrop House. So that's already netted out.
Okay.
You don't have to add or subtract or anything. It's just, what you need to focus on is in order to get to the funding level that's available from the town, we need to reduce the budget $1,908,944 from items on the next 2 slides. Is that okay?
Can we go back to the next? Okay. Oh, just the slide you were just in. Thank you. Helen?
So just to be clear, right now we're looking at a $1.9 or $2 million deficit.
$1,908,000.
1,908,000, okay.
And this slide, just this slide totals, we're not adding or subtracting, I'm just saying each item stands alone, but this slide totals 202, and the next slide totals 553. I only put the subtotals because I know if I don't, you'll say, how much does this slide total? And then
No,
I
it's-
can't do it
that's
in my head
helpful.
at 9 o'clock at night.
That's helpful.
I just,
So I know, part of the reason to vote a budget early is in order to be able to do the hiring. Principals don't know what they can hire without
Absolutely.
knowing what their budget is.
Right.
On the other hand, is there anything that we 100% need to vote this budget tonight? Because, and I'll tell you the reason. My understanding, and Val, correct me if I'm wrong, the House will be voting their budget. And my logic in this, and maybe not be true, and maybe it's too Pollyanna-ish, but every district in the Commonwealth is suffering. And I can't imagine that the House won't raise something in the budget. And so I know we also have to let people know, and I think that has been moved up to May 15th or so. I don't remember the date when we need to let people know if we're not going to be rehiring them. There is a date in our contract. Huh? It's around May 15th, I think.
no later than.
So
But
I'm just,
if you're going to let somebody go, ideally you'd want to let them know sooner, so they have the opportunity during the hiring season to be able to apply for jobs while they're open.
right.
So us delaying and letting somebody know isn't really fair to the person if we're going to have to cut positions. That's all. I mean, think about the
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean,
If you
this
can
is a very
reinstate
difficult
later on
decision,
down
I
the-
think for any of us. I think
Yeah,
we're trying to
I just-
find a
I
way
just-
to, I mean, it's,
none of it is what we want.
no,
I'm just saying that if a cut has to be made, you can reinstate for sure, but I think in fairness, you give people ample opportunity during the season in which positions are open and available. It would be, the kind thing to do for those staff members that are impacted. I mean, that's just my opinion, of course. Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up to Helen's point? I mean, is there a way we can start? There's some things that we all agree on, for example, Pierce or the supplies and online subscriptions, right? I think, like, can we get to the number that we're actually discussing?
Right, so I'd like to do that too. So the first three items here, supplies, the staff campus split for Pierce, and the OTL FTE. Those three combined, if I'm doing my math correct, $491,012. No, we can do that too, but just so we know what the actual gap is to answer Natalia's question, because if these three we're already in agreement on. Sure, do you have your slide that you want to go up? Okay. Okay, sure.
Or are we just going to do it this way?
If you have it, maybe
Right.
that's what was prompted. But
Can I
is the
just-
consent?
David, I'm sorry, I'm confused. It's under reduction and Pierce at 138, is it 1,000? I thought we were adding that in.
No, we're.
And now we're taking it out?
Right, because it's
Okay,
going to be
so it
part
was
of the
added in, and
project
now we're
budget.
taking it out. Okay.
Presenting?
Because this is clear and that is horrible. Okay, so I don't know if this is going to be worth it. I'm not sure. I mean, we can try. I'm going to make it bigger. Okay, but then we can't see the whole thing, whatever. Okay, so I just want to highlight that the number, the 220, this we talked about being a consent agenda. And so then it's this, if we do it, so it matches. If we have these first three items as a consent agenda, then we can just vote to adjust the number. And then that gets us to roughly 1.7 million,
It doesn't
1,658.
quite match, right? There was
No.
also the 1.5 FTE and OTL that was,
They're below.
right. but
Those
that's-
aren't,
it's
those
below.
aren't in the consent agenda.
Right, but it is in Susan's version of the consent agenda.
Hers doesn't have a consent agenda.
But what the last thing that Susan showed when she said that the first 3 lines were things that she thought that we could all agree on, that included the 1.5 in OTL.
Right, so could we just move for purposes of
I'm not sure
discussion?
we all do agree on the 1.5 in
I'm not sure
OTL, so
either,
I don't,
but I'm
these
saying
ones
that
I was
Susan
pretty sure we were all okay
I
with.
think that was
Yeah.
going to be not controversial.
I'm not sure about that. Can we agree, if I move to vote those 3 right now? That's going to be a separate, like, let's talk about that vote later on. Up at the top of this is the historical, what we did historically. So historically, like going back on February 29th, this was the gap presented. Then we asked for 4 things to be added. I've just deleted Winthrop House because it got taken out of the mix altogether. At that point, it was 2.3. Last week, we got the GIC adjustment, 224. It went down to 2,117,999. Then Susan presented us just now. Her number was 1.9, 1,900,944, or whatever it is, 908. It's basically this cell plus the one below it added. I already removed it here. So the good news is the math all ties out. And then the idea is, can we get rid of these 3 things quickly in a vote? And then the next ones will be removed one by one or whatever it is. You can immediately move the other one.
Well, it's just that with Winthrop House, since we knew it wasn't going to be on the budget, we just took it out. And so if we're saying Pierce isn't going to be in the budget, it's going to be in the
No,
process.
this is our decision. We asked to add it back in, and now we can make a choice to remove it if we want. Yeah, I mean, and some people want to put it in the consent agenda. We can vote it right afterwards. I'm just saying it's proposed on here to be consent agenda, and I moved it, and we could just be done with talking about
All
it.
right,
and
so
move on.
Mariah, you're moving sort of that middle window.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, the transportation adjustment, BU present salary reimbursement, subscription reduction.
Yes.
All right.
Second that.
Stephen seconds. Natalia, your vote. Stephen.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Andy. Helen.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Valerie.
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
Okay. Does someone want to move
Wait.
Pierce?
Okay, so I'm sorry. So where we're looking at 1688 as the total gap right now.
Correct.
I have 1908. So what are you?
It's the 220. You don't have the 220 there.
Thank
That's
you.
the reason. Yep, that was the same thing. That was when I was like, oh, yeah.
Sounds like Suzanne wants to move.
I'll second.
The Pierce one. Natalia seconds. Natalia, your vote? Yes. Stephen?
I'm sorry. What are we voting?
The Pierce split.
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
But that's already removed the ones.
No.
No,
wasn't.
not yet.
Now
Added
Mariah's
it.
going to remove that.
Yes.
You might as well just keep it in that. Oh, never mind.
So what's the total now?
1.55 million. All right, next up. So it sounds like
David, can I make a comment?
Sure.
This is the point at which I don't feel good about anything, and I frankly don't want to do any of this. I just want to say that like out loud right now, that this is not a good moment for any of us. We don't want to do these things. This is not, I'm not sure I'm gonna vote for any of these things. So that's not where we're supposed to be. But at the same time, this brings me to my tension of the role of the tension between advocacy and governance, and this is really hard. I mean, we just went through the override last year. It's been less than a year. It's too bad. Susan did a great job sort of explaining, there's the unanticipated things that happen, but I'm just not sure how to proceed. And I'm just saying my own personal opinion at this point. I'm not sure what I'm going to do at this point.
Natalia?
I want to go back to Helen's point. I mean, is it realistic to imagine that there would be $1 million, or is it completely unrealistic? Like, can we bring it down? Like, I would be willing to talk about the BHS position addition. I would be willing, even though I don't believe we should cut literacy coaches, but I understand that two are retiring, so we wouldn't fall into that challenge of like needing to let people go, like to bring it down a little bit so that we feel confident to leave, if we can leave a 1 million budget deficit or some amount that we think is realistic, but I don't know what, and maybe Val or Helen can get, like, I'm happy with not getting us to zero today, but I would think we should bring it down as much as we feel comfortable.
So Valerie, historically, what has the amount been that gets added? Do you have that information?
I don't, and I wouldn't anticipate very much being added this year. The House just announced today another revenue issue, and to be on the lookout for a pretty stark FY25 and FY26. So I wouldn't feel confident that the town of Brookline is going to get some amount of money that would leave us with $1 million on the school side.
If we were to receive some kind of increase, on what order of magnitude do you think it would be? Are we looking at 100,000, 200,000, but nowhere close to $1 million, correct?
Are you asking me or are you asking
Or
Val?
anyone?
It's so hard. They have had, what are they called? 3C cuts or 3E cuts? Some sort of cuts on the state level during the year because they're in trouble in the state. I'm not exactly sure why or what is causing that.
9C, and they happened in January, Helen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was, how much, what percentage? Do you remember?
It was massive. It was a massive 9C cut, round of 9C cuts this year.
And maybe they just estimated too high from last year. That I don't know. In the past, especially when we've had Republican governors, the Democratic House and Senate usually went higher. This may be the other way around. I can't be sure. We don't know. But we'll know more. When do they have to vote? When do they have to have a budget by?
Well, they'll have a budget out just before April break, and then they'll start debating it just after April break.
So we'll probably know more on the 11th, and that will give us at least a little more time.
But if all we're going to know is a relatively small amount, then I think that we want to continue with this exercise at least a little bit further.
David, I think we probably agree on the OTL 1.5 FTE and probably on the BHS 133.
Sorry to be a stickler on that point. Is the 0.5 of the OTL the coordinator from the World Language Program?
Yeah, it is.
So that is sort of factored into the World Language decision.
It is. That's true. 1.0 of that reduction is related to world language.
1.0.
Yes, it's right.
Oh, I see.
And then the BHS position to be determined, that would be on the administrative side? Because it wouldn't make much sense that we're adding, because it wouldn't make much sense to me that we're adding 2 FTEs at the high school and then just basically taking it away. That's not really an addition.
It's not been determined what exactly he would reduce. It could be non-core services in some way. Could be some teaching in some other area that the FTE is not needed in order to maintain appropriate class sizes. But he did not feel comfortable being able to say, this is exactly what it's going to be until he does his adjustments for scheduling. So
Can I make a motion that we cut that?
Right.
Are you entertaining motions to remove things from the list of consideration?
Yes.
Okay, then I would like to move to remove the ed tech specialists from the consideration pool. Correct. They are no longer considered.
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion?
Well, it's,
Wait a minute.
it's just hard to know if you don't have the big
You take
picture.
out 419, how are you?
Meaning you add that up back
So
in.
you add more of a deficit?
I'm just removing it from the pool of consideration.
I'm not sure what it means to take a vote on this right now. Aren't we only really voting on the final budget? Are we taking, is the motion to take a binding vote among the school committee for this? I mean, I support retaining the ed tech specialists 100%. I just don't know what this vote means.
We're closing the budget, and that is not an option on the table in front of us anymore.
So we are restricted from this.
Yes, it would be removing an option.
And should we discuss?
Right, the reason I'm not, I mean, obviously someone has seconded, so we'll vote on it, but in terms of discussion, for discussion purposes, without getting into a substantive conversation on world language, I'm not comfortable ruling out other buckets yet, which is not to say that I don't support our technology specialists, but it's a little difficult without looking at the broader picture to completely rule out anything at this point, at least for me. But we do have a second to your vote. I believe.
I second.
Andy
I seconded.
Sorry. All right, Natalia?
No, I don't think I'm ready.
Stephen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mariah?
No, I'm not ready.
I vote no.
I vote yes.
Helen?
I'm not ready.
Not ready.
Valerie?
No, I can't do this without knowing the whole.
All right, so the noes carry it for now.
What was the, it was 4 to 5 or 3 to 6?
Right, it was 6-3. All right, why don't we look at world language numbers in more details just to have an understanding here? If you could maybe shift over where we can see the different permutations and what those costs look like.
Yeah, one of the things I'm confused by is when, and I'm still confused. I'm sorry, Jody and Susan, I'm still confused by this, even though you've told me several times. And what I'm going to flag is when we talked about on your slides from the 14th, this K through 5 with 6th grade at 3 days, it was presented as 12.6 FTE. And then here it's being, in the second thing you showed us with all the iterations, it was being presented as 13.6. And you said the difference was the 1.0 in OTL. However, that's already counted over here in this 1.5. So I don't understand why it's 13.6 here and 1.5 over there.
It was my ballpark. So if you remember, I sent you that separately from what Susan sent you. So in my ballpark, I didn't count it separately. I counted it in this. So that's why it's 13.6.
So should it actually be 12.6?
It should actually be 12.6.
Okay, so then does that reduce other things also? Because that would imply, I'm just typing in 12.6 right now, that there's only a 0.4 difference for
No,
offering.
when we ran the numbers, we ran them off of the teaching numbers, off the teaching FTE, not including that 1.0.
So should all of these be reduced by 1?
No.
Okay, so
I just gave you the total that I gave you, Mariah.
Yeah.
Included that. And then I assumed that that would already be taken out. So because this was just an estimate, we weren't exact.
okay. So we shouldn't, so what should I think about the fact that there's only a 0.4 difference between K4 and K5? I don't know what to think about that. I'm thrown off by that.
I think it's the number of minutes. When Michelle ran these numbers for me, I think it came down to the number of minutes.
But how could there be a 2.3 difference between 2 and 3, which have much fewer, like, right? Okay.
Yeah, so 2 and 3 is when it goes up 1 day a week. So in grade 2, it's still 2 days a week. And in grade 3, it goes up to 3 days a week.
No, the K to 2 represents.
Oh, I'm
when grade
sorry.
3
I
start-
misunderstood the question.
So the first line is starting at grade 3, so we already have there's no time difference between those first 2 lines.
So
I think there's probably a consistent level of FTE changes between the lines because they're going up a consistent amount.
I do think that the numbers are keeping us from being able to figure out this conversation because we don't have like trust in them. And in addition, it would be super helpful to know what an FTE is considered like.
I think we would all like to know that for
Right.
world language.
And so I wasn't able to replicate those numbers, I guess is what I'd like to say, the shorthand of it. And I think that the numbers appeared to me to take to account too little for what people would be like. It didn't give enough credit to each individual. In addition, we've also talked about how those aren't full individuals unless they keep on equaling one, right? So we have a difficulty of making a program that works in theory and doesn't actually work in human beings.
Right. And when we were doing these numbers, what we used for 1.0 was 25 contacts with a student. So 25 periods.
But then in addition to what we've just talked about, there's also the issue that it doesn't go up the way that you would expect it to. And so having this conversation is so hard. I would love to be able to look at that and say, let's start the program in 4th grade. And I can't. So it's a hurdle to this conversation.
Are you saying, Sarah, that you think that these numbers are likely an underestimate of the resources we would need or you're not even sure which direction it
They're
goes
an
in?
underestimate.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
My name is Sarah.
But you know, we are talking in the theoretical because it's a budget. So if we want to use these numbers and say, let's start the program in 4th grade and then take something away from somewhere else, I understand the spirit of a budget is like not every single teacher equals $80,000, right? So if you want to proceed not knowing, we can still have the conversation. And we might not have any other option right now because we don't have good numbers.
So could you explain a little more about why you feel this is an underestimate?
Well, the first part is the part that I've already explained to you, is that when we look at actual people taking on those FTEs, and we look at who we already have as staff in the buildings and know the number of hours that they have to teach, we definitely are going to have to round up a little bit from the FTs that it would equate, just doing the numbers based on hours. Because basically, in order to get to a full person at each school, you're not going to be able to get away with just those hours, right?
Okay.
So I believe that these numbers don't take that into assumption, and I also don't think that they take a level of workload into assumption that I'm comfortable with. But I completely understand that the conversation that we need to have, like, these are all concepts that for me are easy, and I understand that they wouldn't be if you haven't addressed a schedule before. And so I understand that there might be a little bit of lag of my level of comfortability coming up with this type of thing to everybody else's. And I also think that we need to have a conversation tonight about whether we value continuing a world language department. I don't want to hold up a conversation just because the numbers are inaccurate.
And I would agree with you, Sarah, that those weren't, this is really a ballpark estimate because we were trying to do a quick turnaround. This doesn't take into account bumping, it doesn't take into account scheduling into buildings. It's really just a flat ballpark estimate.
Mariah?
One of my concerns about taking these reductions is anything less than the original reduction presented, is that if, to Sarah's point, things will be, I'll say, even further understaffed than they've already apparently, they've struggled with that, then we're not actually saving anything. In some ways, we're making things much worse and much more complicated. So I'm concerned about thinking we're doing the right thing and actually making it all even more unsustainable.
So in order to try to make this a valuable conversation tonight, there are teachers that have worked on taking a look at that. And the conclusion that those teachers came to was that there wasn't a respectful way to go ahead and add in 4th and 5th grade in a way that compensated people fairly.
Stephen?
So, okay. I feel like there's two conversations. First conversation that Sarah is starting that I think is important, and that's about the data we're using to evaluate the price point of these cuts. So I want to have this conversation. Just right away, it's the FTE reductions. I think you're right to point out it doesn't make sense to have 2.3 going from grade 3 to grade 4, but then 2.7 to go from grade 4 to grade 6. However, I think from talking to world language teachers, I feel more confident that it's about 2.3 FTEs per grade cut. That's at the current staffing levels, which I think Sarah is right also to point out are concerning because they've resulted in the kinds of schedules that have led to world language teachers talk to us repeatedly about unsustainable schedules and burnout and resignation. So I think we can assume that funding them at the current levels would also cause more burnout. So we should assume probably a higher level of FTE if we're going to have a more successful world language program. So I think we'd have to assume a higher level, maybe 2.5, 2.7, something like that. So I think using what are we using, 80 plus. So we're looking at something like 230 to 250 a year as a cut. That's the heuristic I'm using. A grade, I'm sorry, per grade. So that's what I'm using as a ballpark figure, Jody, in my head when I'm going back a year. There isn't though. The big time jumps are from grade 2 to grade 3, and then from grade 6 up.
You're assuming that we're cutting.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's where the time jumps are.
Stephen, your 2.3 isn't matching out though. If you look at that first line, it's 3 grades.
2.3 is from is if we cut K to 2 from K to 3. So that assumes that you need 2.3 going from grade 3 to grade 4, but that FTE increase doesn't hold up per year. But that
I'm
doesn't make a lot of
saying
sense.
it doesn't hold up really if you look back at K to 2. Like it just doesn't. These are rough estimates, and I'm not sure that we're gonna.
I'm challenging that data. That's my point, Val. So that's conversation 1 about how we're using data to make this decision. But conversation 2 to me is, so this is a big cut, right? This is $1 million+ cut that's on the table. You know what? I'm going to hold off on the second conversation. I want to see where this comes.
So I see Stephen's point there that looking at the K2 numbers, if we had confidence that that's accurate, then that would indicate that at least in those grade levels, it's 230,000 per year. Because that comes to about 690. Suzanne.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the problem is there are several conversations going on, and I think Jody said something like a full-time person is 25 touch points. That's because most teachers teach 5 subjects a day, 5 times weeks. That's 25. In world language, you have teachers doing 2 20-minute sessions. I don't know how you count those, and then they do some 3 times 20. So it's really hard to have a conversation where each grade is completely different from another grade. I mean, that's not true when you get to 7th and 8th, but even 6th in our district is different from 7th and 8th.
So the number of contacts for our lower elementary is a lot higher.
A lot higher,
than the
and that's
25.
part of the problem we've had with just how many classes you teach in a day and how you can sustain that kind of caseload. On the other hand, if you aren't doing that many classes, you're not working the equivalent of full time.
Right.
So that's
Right.
that's why this
So I think that
conversation
the
is so hard.
best advice that we've gotten and again is, and we did get this from the world language coordinator, is that starting a program in 3rd grade would be something that works best.
And do you have confidence that that would be a figure of that 689 that we see in terms of savings?
No, sorry.
You think it would be less than that?
But, I, as a member of a school committee, I should not be answering that question, right? This is
Right.
completely somebody else's domain.
Natalia.
I mean, I think just taking a step back, having heard everything tonight, having read the 50+ emails, my own background as someone who went to school overseas, started learning English in 3rd grade, I speak fluently. I feel like I could not vote for cutting K through 5. I will not. And so, no, and I think there are many reasons, and I think the ones I want to highlight is the point of diversity and equity and our foreign, our families and what they expect, and this notion of like, we're trying to build global citizens. I'm leaving school committee soon, so I don't know if I'll be part of this conversations, but I'm going to work at the UN, where the expectation is that you speak at least 2 languages, 3, 4, and I speak some Spanish, some French, some Arabic, and it's not that I'm fluent in these languages, but I grew up believing that I could learn languages. So many American students do not believe that they can learn languages. And I think that if they start in 6th grade, they will not believe that they can. And so I don't want to do that to our kids. And yes, my 5th grader doesn't speak great Spanish, and that frustrates me, but she believes that she can learn a language. She doesn't, and so I think our metrics of success, and I'm not really happy with her math, and I'm not really happy with her reading level either, so it's not like I'm picking on her Spanish. The schools, they were kids. She's a 5th grader who was disrupted in 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade because of COVID, and all her learning has suffered. And so I don't know, I would not be comfortable philosophically. It's like telling me we're going to cut all the arts or all the music program or all physical activity. And I know, Jody, you've said that those are mandated, but to me, our town should be mandating even if we can't. So I don't know how we get there. And I don't know if it is literally not voting for this and forcing town meeting to take that vote, like someone making an amendment and saying, we believe that needs to be an additional 300,000. I know Andy just gave me a bad look, but no, I'm not saying, I feel like school committees should, or whether it's your point, Helen, of like waiting to see what happens in the town. I could not in good conscience vote for cutting K through 5. The K through 3, I would love for our kids to start in kindergarten, but I understand that literacy is a key concern, and in the K through 3, we really want to be putting in those minutes, and I understand that it's a scheduling headache and that the principals would prefer that we cut K through 5, but I do not believe that is what our town should be doing right now. So I would like to start in 3rd grade, if that's what you're saying, Sarah, is the best model. I would like, if that's not an option, to save like Driscoll's Mandarin program. Like, it sounds amazing. Can we do that? Save some programs and not across the district? I heard that Mandarin existed even before. Like, should we just? It was grant funded. It was grant funded. I mean, can we be unequitable that way, but just to sort of keep the door open for like, I believe what we have heard, that it's going to be impossible to reopen this door. Whereas, and I love that we have ETS people, but I think once teachers start not being able to teach, we will find a way to fund, ETS they'll come back. Like, if our canvases and our computers are broken, like, we will find a way. Whereas language, it'll be difficult. So anyways, that's just my like big picture, like, is this what we want?
Suzanne?
Well, I'm wondering if we're having this big conversation, if we want to start thinking about other possibilities. For instance, we were at a meeting this morning, Linus and I was talking to the superintendent from Milton, and Milton has a fabulous immersion program. And they start, I think, maybe in kindergarten, and they have a language track in each of their schools. So you can take the language track early, or you can wait until 6th grade or whatever they do it. Anyway, it's just something else that would provide those families and students who want to have language full immersion early. I don't know what it would cost. It may not cost anything extra. It may, I don't know, but it's just, I'm just trying to, there are other ideas out there besides just what we've got in front of us. And I think it's very exciting. And so the superintendent said, sure, come visit if you want to see how, they've been doing it for 40 years. So, they know how to do it.
Sarah?
One of the things that we have to keep in track of is that we have all the pieces for a great world language program right here in front of us on a different model. And so if we let go of this program that we have right now, we're giving up investment that we have in the past. So it would take us a lot more to go to a new model and not take advantage of what we have currently.
I get that, Sarah, but I'm not sure we have a great model. I'm hearing from I'm hearing from the teachers that I'm not saying we can't have a great model, but I don't think we have it right this moment. That's what we're hearing. And so, if we're going to be making some major adjustments, I'm just saying, think about opening the box a little and thinking about other possibilities.
Just
You know,
that, go ahead, Helen.
I hear what you're saying, but I also think we owe it to all kids to be able to have the opportunity. I think it really makes a difference when kids hear other kids speaking another language, realizing that there's more than just English in the world. And, to say, well, we'll just put this stream here. I can tell you who will be in those classes right now in the immersion classes. And so I don't think it furthers any of our goals to do that. Yes, would I like everybody to do immersion? Maybe, possibly. I don't think we could afford it. I think, somebody said there's at least 6 of us that speak a second language here, and some even more than that. And so we all value it. It's not like we don't. I worked hard on getting that override in 2009. I was on the committee at the time, and it was really important to me, and it still is. I think we're really stuck right now, and I think we're trying to, I guess we could ask the staff to come back to us and tell us, what kind of cut we would have if we did it, 5th grade, and if we included 4th grade, and then see what those numbers come out to, because I still can't figure this out. I'm sorry, maybe others can, but this is beyond me.
Andy? Oh, sorry, Helen, you had more? Okay.
That's all I have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wanting to go back to what Sarah was saying earlier, and I'm not understanding yet why you think that starting in 4th grade would be unworkable, but starting in 3rd grade would be good.
I actually was repeating somebody else's advice. So
Okay.
at the point where I felt like I was kind of not being, taking my role into account as a school committee member, and I was kind of speaking for others, I went back to tell you that the World Language Coordinator K-8, who we currently have, her advice when we entered into this conversation was that she thought that the only piece that could work, having enough of a job there to warrant bringing in a second Spanish teacher, in addition to the teacher that you have in the middle school, only works with a 3 to 6. Sorry, 3, 4, and 5, keeping 3, 4, and 5.
So it's to do with scheduling and logistics, not with pedagogy.
It is both, yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing the pedagogy part yet.
So the pedagogy part, I think, is what there's many of us who view world language as an integral part of the educational experience here in Brookline. And if we take that away from students, we're taking away from something that we've built, up over the years to be a part of their full education. Students learn best about that curiosity of other cultures when you start them young, when you get everybody there for it, right? And so the pedagogy part about bringing it down to 3rd grade is it's prior to that 12-year-old cutoff where people start to have difficulty learning languages. It's, integrated into the education, the social studies, the English, everything that the student is learning has to do with learning about another culture. And you do that earlier and the student is better off. You get more years of instruction, the student can get to a higher level in high school. So the pedagogy is absolutely there to bring it as early as you can. And so I appreciate that people on the committee would love to see 5th grade, 4th grade, because we're in a tight budget situation. And I wasn't able to hear from anybody that could work. I'm not capable myself to say that can work. I don't know if any of us are. Are we confident enough on the numbers that are up there that we could say that we could make it work starting in 5th grade?
Can I just respond to Andy's question? The old literature on neuroplasticity and cognitive capacity to learn languages says start by age 10, but that's, as far as I could tell, from 1969 and then updated 1978. I don't know the whether that's valid, but that's the old chestnuts of second language acquisition.
And then another study says 10 to 12. Yeah.
Go ahead, Maria.
But all of those things, those are pedagogy that say, well, you can't absolutely start later than third grade, but they don't speak to why you shouldn't start in second or first or kindergarten. I guess I don't understand, like that to me, like I don't understand why she's saying third grade is it, but maybe what did she say? Third grade is the absolute latest as opposed to third grade.
Sorry.
Okay.
Tanya said that logistically it worked better starting in keeping third, fourth, and fifth grade. That was your question? I'm sorry. Yes.
So I think we have sort of two separate questions here. One is, what is pedagogically the most sensible approach? And there seems to be a general agreement that the earlier you start, the better, but certainly by age 10. Then there's a logistical aspect about how we currently have the FTEs laid out and how we could run an effective schedule and a program where we wouldn't have burnout. And it sounds like the answer to that question is you start either in grade 3 or grade 6. But if you start in grade 6, then you're totally ignoring the pedagogical part. Do I have that right? Okay. Mariah.
I think also there's the logistics bit, but there's this other point that was introduced about time for, I'll say, English literacy and what we're doing about that in the lower grades. I'm just adding that to it. I'm not saying one way or the other.
No, and I think that's a very important point, because one concern that we've had about the finite number of minutes in the day, and that we do want to be able to dedicate more time to fundamental core skills in literacy, especially in those earliest grades. But doing that for K2, I think, is still compatible with the model where we start world language in grade 3. My concern is more if we don't really trust these numbers and we say that we're going to start world language in grade 3, which financially I think we would all love to do if we could. The question is, do we still end up with a gap in the end? Stephen.
Sorry, my concern is the money. These numbers are just going to go up. Like all of this discussion, I agree with everything that's being said. I highly value the world. I would like to say and believe that I highly value the world language program, but this is about budget cuts to me and our mandate to balance the budget. These aren't going to get better with better data. These are going to get worse with better data, these numbers.
Right, therein lies my concern.
Right.
So if we theoretically went with the first line of eliminate world language in K2, we would save, according to this, $690. There would still be ways to get to the 1.55 if we did that, but I don't know if it's really 690. Is it 690, or are we only saving 200 and then we're still in the same hole? Mariah?
I just want to comment on something Stephen just said. I don't think we have a mandate to deliver a balanced budget we have a mandate to deliver a budget. I mean, I just don't think that like, if you go look in the statute, it doesn't say that. That's town meeting's responsibility. That's not our responsibility. Yep.
Now, we do have a responsibility
To deliver
through
a
the
budget.
contract and through the contract, if we don't get the money, I mean, it has to come from somewhere. You know, and we have to let teachers know by May 15th.
That is true, Helen, but town meeting could do anything they want on May 25th, and we don't have the control over that, like, either, right?
true.
It's town meeting's budget.
Yep.
I just don't, like, we talk a lot about governance and
That's
staying in our lane, and, you know, I'm not saying that we should be responsible. It's all about responsible budgeting. But also, I mean, Sarah, you asked a big question that I don't think we answered, which is, do we want to be a district that has a K-12 world language program or not? And if that's who we want to be, then these choices aren't something that we should be endorsing through budget cuts.
So I'm personally not comfortable with leaving this to town meeting to decide, because who knows what they do. So I think that it's safer if we try, as painful as it is, try to meet the allocation number rather than risk town meeting taking some kind of drastic step and then we're even worse off. At least this way we have some level of control over our own destiny. And also it is important to be a fiscal partner with the town side, and other departments meet their budgets ultimately. I think we should do the same.
And there is a town school partnership meeting coming up, right? Well, it sounded like it. Sounded like they were setting one up.
All right. Anyone else? Helen?
Well, I'm still thinking, and in the past, when we've had difficult budgets like this, and we have an easy budget, it's easy to vote it early. If we could wait till the 11th and see, I mean, I don't know if we can somehow let the principals know that, they can, they're going to have a budget. It's just there's 2 million out of 136 million, is it that we got? That we're trying to figure out.
So a question perhaps for Dr. Fortuna. If you could maybe talk to us about your confidence in these numbers, and if there's any additional work that would allow you to refine these numbers by a subsequent meeting, or you think that there's too much guesswork involved and this is the best that we'll have?
We could get closer with actual salaries rather than using the 81, 89. It will just take time to do. Hopefully we would be able to get it to you by the April 11th meeting.
Anyone else?
Well, I'm just wondering, is there anything else, Dr. Gilroy, that would suffer by us not voting today, except for the indecisiveness and the difficulty it is for people who are here and at home that are still waiting to know what's going to happen?
So, great question. I think what Dr. Givens shared earlier, it would just delay. Certainly, again, we recognize the impact that it has on our current staffing, but it also delays delays us by, is it 2 weeks? About 2 weeks for posting, advertising, that type of thing.
We couldn't do that for other jobs.
Well,
By that logic, we don't know what we're going to get from town meeting, and we can't even post anything until after town meeting.
well, but when you're inside the confines of what the budget is, you
Yeah.
have a greater,
Bumping.
you have greater assurity around that. But again, we can wait until that time, but just make adjustments. We'll just be holding until and refining some numbers, but
I think there's a lot of interest right now in this, and a conversation is worth continuing right now. And if a budget is based on estimates anyway, let's go with the information that we have and see where we get as a group. Does that make sense?
Okay. So it sounds to me, I might be off, but that because we are in a very fiscally difficult situation, that with reluctance, we might be agreeable to removing world language at the K through 2 level for 2 reasons. It doesn't necessarily harm pedagogy too much because we're still starting under that age that studies shows important for beginning language instruction. And also it makes the scheduling a lot easier and reduces the workload for our teachers. So, well, I think from the recommendations that we heard from the teacher who has been having conversations with Sarah and some others, and also from the world language coordinator, that starting in grade 3 is more workable in terms of scheduling. And
I don't think, I mean, if you reduce people and reduce grades, I'm not sure that there's a clear line between that resulting in reduced workload for an individual. I mean, right?
Well, but again, those 2 20-minute sessions each week is either extra or it's
Two
not as
30-minute,
much. Right, Sarah? So
2 30-minute
2:30,
sessions.
2:30, so they have 30 minutes in kindergarten?
Yeah, it used to be 3 20 minutes, and now it's 2.
2 30 minutes, okay. Okay, so it's, it does change. The scheduling is very hard.
I believe it's very hard. I'm just saying the connection of reducing it, resulting in less workload for the people who remain, I was not clear about. That's what I'm not clear about. That it's K through 2 is complicated, absolutely. That it's better for the people who stay.
Well,
I don't
it's
think-
less workload because if you're doing that 2 times 30, you've got more of those. So you'll have more classes in a week than you would if you had, you know,
If I was teaching 3 through 5 this year, and I'm teaching 3 through 5 next year, what would be the change in my workload?
oh, if
based-
that's all you teach, but I don't know that
Right, that's not commonly the case. So one of the reasons that our world language teachers are very concerned with their scheduling is we have teachers who will have K1 and 6, and
Oh, I see what you're saying.
it's all over
Okay.
the map.
In those cases, right. Okay, so it's not the grades themselves. Yes, yes, yes.
Stephen?
I just want to ask Dr. Guillory if you have any further guidance for us on these cuts.
So no. What we have brought forth is our best work in terms of what the committee has tasked us with doing. Given the tough financial times, and as we all have articulated that this is not what we want to be doing, but given the confines of the constraints of what we have, this is our best work in terms of what we brought forward to you. And again, that work was listed in a prioritized or a numerical order in terms of choices. So deviations from that are not what the recommendations were from our standpoint, given the task that was before us.
All right, so just to do the math on this, if theoretically we were to go along with eliminating K through 2 with the numbers we have, we would go from a gap of $1,550,264 to a gap of $860,561. Which means that then from the remaining buckets of literacy, technology specialists, and BHS admin, we pretty much would have to go to almost all of that. Natalia?
Unless we also cut one of Anthony's new 2 positions for the high school. I mean, we've added 5, and now we've added 7, right? We've added 7 plus in the high school. I mean, I really don't want to see
Natalia-
class sizes. Yeah, go ahead, Val, sorry.
I was, that's to address a class size issue that we've,
Yeah, no, I do. That's what I was going to say. I understand class size, but the estimate was a minimum of 5, and then we added 7, right? And in order to have a buffer, is that correct?
no, I think their real ask was 7.
Right, they were asking for 7 in order to reduce class
Well,
size.
their initial ask was 5.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we said, is that really what you need? And they said, no, we
Be
really
safe,
need
we'll
7.
need 7, yeah.
Maybe, I mean, all the students have put in their schedules at this point. Am I
No, they
correct?
haven't. No,
Haven't.
no,
Oh, April 2nd, sorry.
yeah.
Never mind.
David, can I just caution against coming up with a new figure based on that 689? I think that's the figure that we're going to probably want to do a little bit more digging on to make sure it's accurate, given that there isn't an even progression of FTEs per grade.
That would certainly be helpful, but this is what we have right now. Just
Okay.
if we can at least have a better idea of where we stand in terms of our approach for taking
It
cuts.
does seem, though, that unless there's something drastically wrong with these numbers, like what David was saying is essentially correct, that if we were to rescue grades 3 through 5, that means essentially taking all the other available cuts. So all the literacy and all the ETS positions.
And if we're
Unless we don't
off with this
balance the
estimate in the
budget.
wrong direction, potentially some cuts beyond that.
I mean, unless we reintroduce the 5 plus 2, the 2 BHS positions, and unless we don't balance the budget. I mean, I know that's either because Helen is hopeful and I'm hopeful, or we leave it to town meeting and we sort of say, this is what we've saved 3 to 5 world languages.
I mean,
I don't know.
something else we could look at again, there were the 4 FTEs for class level consolidations. That would come to 300 something thousand if we use the 80,000.
Can I ask what happens to the OTL if it's a 3? The full? The full 1.5, the full 1, is it?
1.0, but not 1.5? All right, just in terms of maybe a straw poll to see where we're at in whether it's K through 2 or going even higher. Natalia, would you be most comfortable with just eliminating the K2 portion?
Yes.
Most comfortable with some very unenviable choices?
Yes.
All right. Stephen,
Sorry, what are you asking, David?
given that realistically we need to make some level of cuts to world language, would K2 be something
I
you would-
can't make a decision without seeing the whole picture.
All right, Mariah?
I don't want to support that because it doesn't, like, it makes other terrible choices happen too.
Okay. Suzanne?
Yeah, I could go a little higher. I could do a K3, eliminate art, and start it in 4th.
All right, Andy?
I don't think I could support it right now, not knowing whether if we were to rescue grades 3 through 5, we could do so in a form that's more effective than what we currently have there. If all we can do is sort of have things limp on the way they are, then I'm not sure that's the best use of our resources. If we can do it better, perhaps, but it's not clear.
Helen?
I'm really torn because we've been given what, the best knowledge of our administration and our principals. And it's sort of going, I guess, what they're recommending. And it's really hard to figure out what to do with all of this. On the one hand, we're trying to piece together things. We may make it worse. I mean, they had hours to sit down and talk about it. And I guess, I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
Sarah?
Not ready.
Valerie?
Also not ready.
All right, the not readies clearly have it. Okay.
But we will need to make a choice at some point, and probably April 11th seems to me like a good time to do it. It's still somewhat early in the hiring
So what,
process. I'm not sure if there aren't, certain positions that couldn't be hired if you're going to have. Is it because of the bumping issues is why you're thinking that we may end up, like an ETS might become a teacher, or a world language teacher might become a.
Yes,
Great.
clearly for those areas where those certifications come into play, in areas where there isn't the overlap, those positions can be. So it's not, it doesn't stop the whole production,
Uh-huh.
but it does limit us
But
in
and
some
elementary
capacities.
school is probably where you have the most movement too in terms of positions, I would imagine.
Yeah, the team has already done an analysis of what impact that would have for people in these particular categories.
Mm-hmm.
Mariah?
Jody, could I ask more questions about the literacy coaches? My question is, could you just speak to, I know you spoke to this briefly last time, but could you speak again to the delivery of the professional development next year? Because I've heard you said there was literacy specialists, but I've also heard that there's coaching included within the purchase. And I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that, because I'm pretty concerned about being able to roll this out, and it has to be done right. And I know you are too. I just want to sort of hear more about that.
So when you purchase a new program, it comes with professional development. For example, the one that we costed out, I don't know if it's the one we're going to go to, but it's a fairly typical offer, is they offer both online and in-person coaching to help roll out the program. So we would have that for 1 year. As Natalia said, 2 of the coaching positions are lost through attrition. We have 2 retirements that would impact that, so that it wouldn't be somebody losing a position. Those positions aren't filled right now, or won't be filled at the end of the year. One retired in the winter, one will be retiring in the summer.
Are there any literacy specialist roles that are open?
No.
So let's just say that we didn't fill those 2 positions. Would that be half of the 432,655 or not quite, because those are probably higher salaried?
It might be a little bit more
Okay.
than that.
Mariah?
So I can't remember. I asked the principals and Jody about this particularly, and I think I forwarded the email, but I don't know if I did, just as a data point to share. And if you have 2 coaches across the district, that is like the thinnest layer of peanut butter available in any one building, to the point of like one person covering 4 schools it reaches a level of, that was my understanding, a level of inefficiency and ineffectiveness because there's too much ground to cover.
Where I think that it might still be useful, though, is we heard that one of the gaps that would be left if we totally eliminate it would be on the professional development side, because these are the people who've been trained. And yes, it's certainly not ideal to have that kind of ratio, but for professional development purposes, that might still be workable in terms of making the least bad choice given what we're confronted with.
So can I offer one counterpoint to that? The training that you heard referred to tonight was the literacy collaborative training that our teachers went to, which is the model that we're moving away from. I wanted to clarify that point for the committee.
All right.
Can I just clarify what we're requesting between now and the next time we discuss the budget? Are we requesting simply further analysis of the FTE and corresponding savings for starting world language at different grade levels? Or is there something else?
I think there are 2 parts to it. So one part would be trying to get more exact numbers about what the savings would look like, just from a purely financial, cold, blunt perspective. What does it look like? And then the second piece of it is what's workable in terms of the schedule and in terms of professional enjoyment of being able to handle whatever the resulting workload would be. And I think that second piece is a bit more complicated, because we would need to develop a new model if it were to start at grade 3 or grade 4 and look and see how that plays out.
Can I make a comment about that?
Mariah?
I'm just concerned that the amount of work that data collection will take like the entire 2 weeks of multiple people's time. I'm not saying it's not important and that we have the right data here, but a potential other way to do that is just to like reduce the FTEs that we expect there to be savings on and take a more conservative approach to the values that we come from this, if you want to use that. That's one way to approach this, is just be more conservative in what's being shown there.
My worry in doing that is what Andy mentioned. I don't want to just have a program for the sake of having it. So I'd want to make sure that it's workable and that it'll be at least.
But if you're
decent.
reducing fewer FTEs.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yes, you're essentially building in a greater cushion. I also think it makes me cringe to think about, again, this literacy coaches specialist choice, but at the level at which the program is being retained, and given that the training that the coaches have is not consistent with the direction that the literacy program is going in, is that a choice that we should make at this time?
I think you're right. I think we should.
I just have one follow-up question for Dr. Fortuna. what would professional development look like for the new literacy curriculum? And who would be providing that?
For year one, it would be the publisher of whatever program we choose.
Okay. And then in future years, who would you anticipate?
Future years, we would look at hopefully not needing as many literacy specialists because our tier one instruction would be improving, so we wouldn't have so many students in need, as you heard tonight. And so we could look at repurposing some of those back as coaches who have been trained and become experts in using the program that we put into place.
Okay. All right. Sounds like Mariah was on the
I'm
verge
gonna
of a
I'm gonna
motion.
make the motion
Okay.
for the literacy coaches.
Do we have a second?
Reluctantly making the motion.
Helen seconds. Natalia, your vote. This
The
is-
literacy coaches.
Put them above
Remove
the line.
literacy coaches. Remove literacy.
Remove
coaches.
to remove that line.
All right.
What's happening in the room?
A clarification about who is retiring.
Okay. And is it 2 people?
Yes.
Okay.
2
thank
people,
you.
but one is a literacy specialist and the other is a literacy coach.
No.
All right. And it sounds like there might be one other. All right. So
Let's not.
Natalia, your vote?
That's not our concern.
I mean, I'm going to vote yes with the hopes that the information we've gotten is correct.
Stephen?
Abstain.
Mariah?
I'm a reluctant yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
No.
And I vote yes. All right. 7 to 1 to 1. All right, so that reduces our gap to all right.
Betsy, I'll switch my vote to yes.
I have it as $1,117,609. All right.
Can I make another motion, David?
Go ahead.
The admin facing positions at the high school, and Anthony did not commit to that, but I think we can make that decision. And at this time, I'm willing to do that. And so it's not a netting out of the 7 teaching positions. It's some
I
other.
second that.
Natalia?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
No.
Helen?
Sorry, I don't understand.
This is 1.5 administrative from the high school.
But we don't even know who they are. So
It's 1.5 to take out, or
Correct. Oh, sorry.
would be out of the
133
high
yes.
school budget somehow.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm sorry, the motion is clarified that it's
Administrative.
Administrative, non-student facing.
okay.
All right. Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So that brings our new gap to 984,133. No, that'd be fifth. That'd be starting in fifth.
Yeah, but that's without without.
All right, do we want to talk about ed tech specialists?
Sorry, what's the 0.5 of the FTE again in the OTL line? That's the,
Secretary for ET Library, reducing it to half-time. So the 1.5 are 3 different positions, just to be clear. The 1.5 administrative is 3 different positions. So halftime coordinator world language, halftime secretary world language, and halftime secretary for library.
On that?
Mariah?
Susan, oops, sorry, geez. Do you happen to have the value of the halftime coordinator for ed tech and libraries?
Not off the top of my head.
Ballpark?
I can't
You
even.
can't,
I
okay,
can't even
okay.
ballpark right now, I'm sorry. I could go back to my notes, but I can't pull it out of my head tonight.
I think at this point, I'm willing to move the ed tech specialist retention.
All right, Natalia, your vote?
To retaining the ed tech specialist position. Yeah,
I'm gonna abstain.
no.
It doesn't make us
just
go up. It's
takes
just a
it off the
category we would no
table.
longer consider for making cuts. So Natalia abstains. Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
I'm going to abstain at this point.
I'm going to vote no, again, not because I don't value that group, but without settling the world language piece of it yet, I'm not comfortable committing to this cut. I mean, committing to this preservation. Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Abstain.
All right, well, the yeses have it, so we're not going to touch ETS. I think this does likely mean we need to put some more options back on the table. So
Yep.
one of those could include classroom consolidations. There were 4 that would still keep us within our guidelines.
Do we have any news about kindergarten registrations or anything like that that might help to?
Nothing different that changes any of the information that we've already shared.
No,
Actually,
but the actual registrations for kindergarten and how it's pacing against what we've had in years past.
The projections were.
I think you have to come to, I'm sorry. We can have a conversation, but they can't hear.
The projections that we put forth were based on the estimated numbers Megan forecasted. And there hasn't been anything that changes the forecast that we presented.
wait, Susan, before you go, there are 2 school grades that average over 22, and only 1 grade that averages over 23, and that's the Hayes rising 4th grade class that averages 25. So that's right on the line of our guidelines. Is there any consideration to creating an extra section running counter to the consolidation question?
I think the lowest class size is kindergarten in Pierce. And we do have one, if you looked at the analysis I shared the last time, there is one class at Hayes that's over guideline at 25 and a half.
It's that one. It's the rising 4th
I think
grade.
it's a rising 4th grade.
Yeah. So what I'm
there
wondering is
so it could be a matter of if
reapportioning,
it could be a matter of reapportioning, though we haven't.
but we're
had
not
that
looking at a
conversation.
potential higher there. It would be a reapportionment.
I would think that based on the numbers, if they're even lower in Pierce,
Okay.
then that number wouldn't. I don't know how you can.
Well, the reason I'm
But
bringing it up here,
I haven't talked to the principal, but I'm
right.
saying just
If we're looking
thinking
at potential
mathematically.
consolidation, I just want to put on the table that there's also demand for a potential extra section. That the Hayes rising fourth grade is right on the line of our guidelines in our budget book, if not slightly over. So before we consolidate, I think we should probably look to reapportion, unless I'm misreading the budget book. Well, my point being, though, before we look at consolidation as a budget option, we should consider the fact that there may be fewer opportunities to consolidate than have been presented to us. We can't just look at low numbers, we also have to look at high numbers.
Are there any other categories that we want to put back on the table? I understand what you're saying, Stephen, but it's a category at least. So classroom consolidations, taking another look at that, there were 4 that had been identified, although some caution with that. So I believe 3 of them were at Lawrence, and it would be right up at the top, which means that if any students were to come in, we would then be over the guidelines.
I'm sorry, I
However,
thought
with
there was 0.
buffer,
I thought Susan's last presentation said that there were 0 classrooms.
no, there were 4. There were 3 at Lawrence, there was 1 at Pierce, Pierce 8th grade. And the complication was that with the 3 at Lawrence, if you add even, I think, 1 student in any of those, then all of a sudden you're at the guideline or possibly over in 1 or more of the instances. And then at Pierce, there's the complication of, even though the classroom size would be 21, which sounds reasonable, the logistical issue of middle school teaching model. And then your point about Hayes, so is it really 4? But there might be something in there. And we're
David-
looking at, go ahead, Valerie.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I think it's worth looking at because we do have the buffer zones that are, you know, to be utilized for purposes like this. So if we had somebody come in 8th grade, perhaps they don't go to Pierce, perhaps they go to Driscoll. So I mean, I think it's at least
Right,
worth looking at.
I agree. And similarly with the Lawrence situation, even though it's close, maybe students who move in would go to FRR or Pierce, depending on where they are. Natalia?
And with Lawrence, because there are 3, couldn't you sort of consolidate and then the principal the last minute, like take a bet that not all 3 will go over, and so like switch a teacher to a different grade level? I know it's kind of, I don't know if you can do that. I'm not, like if they're like 3rd, 4th, and 5th, then you sort of decide, you say to, we're gonna cut 1, meaning move them to Hayes or something, and then that.
I think it depends when
Yeah.
that decision has to be made. But at any point, more broadly speaking,
It's, the superintendent does these things according to what he sees as appropriate. And I think that we shouldn't be messing and, I think we've told them a guideline not to have classes under 15, definitely under 16 would be preferable. And, that moving around will happen, just organically, because that's what happens. People move in, people move out. And some people don't even know they're moving out until very late. So, it causes and they don't tell us, which is the harder part, that we don't know.
right. Mariah?
One of the things that I'm still struggling with too is that I'm just thinking about the time that was taken by the deputy superintendents and the principals to come up with this prioritized list, and reflecting on the message that sends about our valuing of their guidance. And so I'm not saying I feel conflicted about the section reductions. I feel conflicted about K-5, but I just want to sort of say that out loud, that I'm concerned about that sentiment and how we may or may not be making them feel respected or disrespected.
All right, so I agree with you, Mariah, and I would certainly hope that our district leadership doesn't feel disrespected, but we as a school committee also are in a very difficult predicament in that we don't only represent school administration, of course, but the community more broadly. And we have to sort of balance the interests of what what Brookline residents would like and what our educators would like, and also what you in administration would like, and perhaps our own visions as well. And that's always a tricky balance, and we're trying to do that the best we can, but we're not looking to disrespect anyone from any of those groups I just mentioned. All right, so in terms of adding back in potential buckets to look at, so classroom consolidations, and if we use that 80,000 figure and possibly 4 FTEs are identified, that's another 320,000 that we might have. Doesn't mean we'll use it, but depending on where we land with world language, we might need to. Now, are there any other potential areas that we want to re-explore for closing the budget gap? Natalia.
I mean, is it worth going back and saying, we want you, like this, like the principals to identify a few things? Because I don't think consolidation of all 4 makes sense. Like, I think that would be too risky, but we got a 3, I'm trying to figure out why we're where we are. It's because of the ed tech, we said, don't touch it. And we added in the 2 BHS positions, right?
Right. But we don't necessarily have to touch all 4. So there's about 320,000 in that group of 4.
Yeah.
And maybe, this is just hypothetically, we said, all right, you're going to cut 2 somewhere. And then that would be 160. So, but the 4 FTEs for classroom consolidations, we wouldn't necessarily have to say all 4. We might land on 2, and that's an amount. I'm just trying to figure out where are different areas that we could potentially make cuts, albeit very reluctantly, in an effort to try to make world language workable.
Is there attrition anywhere else that is happening? I mean, I feel really horrible talking about real people, real jobs right now, and so I'd like to know where attrition is happening.
We did take into account attrition when we made the analysis. Though the analysis Jody gave was ballpark, the analysis that is on my slides is real and reflects RIFs, bumps based on certification. And we did that in the order in which those priorities are before you tonight. So the numbers that are on the slides that you're looking at are real numbers. And it's not a matter of ballpark where you can say 2 FTE equal that. My numbers are real. And we did take into account attrition, open positions. Obviously, those were considered first.
All right, can we go back to that? Oh, here we go.
It's in order? Well, are we trying to get to a number tonight? Is that the goal? So if it is, what makes sense at this point is to keep up to the 5th grade. Is that correct? K through. Yeah, because then we're basically there.
I mean,
Then-
could we
and if
say
any new
something like,
monies come back, we can add into it.
I was gonna say, if we can consolidate some classes, then that would give us money,
Right,
possibly
Or even just one class would be enough to balance it.
if
go to K to 4 rather than K to 5. Like we did K to 5 now. Huh, if the numbers are, but they're close. Okay, they should be close. I'm just saying with the numbers we have, you could do
I'm
K
sorry,
to,
but the differences in the numbers are $100,000 per year. That suggests that it's very few FTEs. The FTEs aren't actually representing the savings right now.
This is
an absolute amount. This is, like, if you look up at the formula, it's times 80,000. So this is completely tied to this. The steps from these things, I think there's questions, but this is just a formula.
So how do you get, there's 0.4 FTEs. No, look, hang on, Mariah. From 12.2 to 12.6 is 0.4 FTEs, right?
Because this is an actual.
Yeah, so
Okay,
this one
so
is
then
the only
going
one that's
back
actual.
0.4, how is that $100,000?
Because going back.
Yes, going back
Because
0.4.
this one is based on the calculation. This one is actual. This is not based
So
on
you're
the
just
80.
going up.
but I don't think we have to do it to the penny.
The point
agree.
though,
We left in 5th grade, it would be 978, correct? Am I reading that correct?
Correct.
Right.
And we're talking 984. In our $136 million budget, we'll find 5,000 more dollars somewhere,
Find 1,000.
or 9.
We already taken out, are these additional, each one? These are savings. Yeah, so, but have we already saved the 689 and now we're saving another 178? No, no. This is, you have to make a choice, they're discrete choices.
But have we already made it? We haven't put, so right now in that figure, no, nothing on world languages is there because we haven't made a choice.
But
Okay, got it.
along with that suggestion, I would really be pushing our OTL to find a way to make a world language program that we want and that works, and that we commit ourselves to it also.
So at some point, we do have to trust these estimates because it would be a lot of work to expect within 2 weeks to have all
Yeah.
of this answered. And I'm inclined to agree with Suzanne that given the approximately 100,000 gap between starting in 4th grade and starting in 5th grade, I think we can find that 100,000 from the classroom consolidation group. So if we removed 2 of those 4 FTEs or identified that still keep us within class guidelines,
I'm sorry.
that opens up enough to start in 4th grade, according to this.
That's
If-
actually starting in 5th. Oh, you're saying 4th at
Now, if we do
874.
2 of those 4 classroom consolidations,
Yeah, that gives
that
you.
would cover the approximately 100,000
Yeah, yeah,
difference.
yeah.
Sorry. When you say actual, Mariah, what is the actual? The FTE cut?
This is
At-
what Susan presented to us in the prioritized list on March 14th, and it reflects actual, she just said that it reflects the actual salary, this is the actual dollar amount
Of what?
of removing K through 5 and retaining 6th grade
So
at 3
we're
days.
saying there's an actual cut of 12.6 FTEs if we start at the 6th grade.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Is that right, Susan?
Correct.
Okay. So then I'm suggesting that going back each year should be an even amount, and that should be reflected in the savings. Okay. So the reason I think that is because there's an even amount of time that goes back every year until you get to the difference between 2nd and 3rd grade where there's a time jump. Sarah, is my assumption correct? Yeah. So that's why I'm saying that there needs to be further analysis on these numbers. And that's why I don't have faith in the savings numbers as they are currently right now.
Susan, is this because they're actual numbers and so sometimes there's smaller groups in different grades and teachers that have different salary levels? Does that explain it?
When conducting K through 5, it was based on an actual construction of what the impact would be. We did not do that for a K through 2 setting or a K through, we looked at it holistically. So to go back and figure out exactly the exact dollar impact, because it's different. People can bump if they're in world language and I have an opening in, and they're certified and they're PTS, they're entitled to a position in a teacher's role, let's say at the elementary, which then bumps somebody there. So then I have to non-renew or RIF somebody as a classroom teacher. So that, it's a lot of moving parts. And so what I can say is that the 1,079,213
Let's see.
is real.
Rest is-
That's the real impact of bumping and making sure that anybody that's PTS entitled to a position has a position, returning anyone from leaves of absence back bumping into where they have a slot that's open here. So it is a lot. So what I can tell you is that is true. 1,079,213 is the actual impact it would have if we cut K through 5. But I can't say exactly without going through that whole thing. And then if you add sections to it, and I'm cutting a section, then those people that are in those sections might bump into something else that's not related to where we're cutting them. So it really is complex. Many of the teachers have said it's not a simple math exercise. It just it isn't. It has ripple effects in all different directions.
That's why
Yeah.
my concern is if we're estimating the cuts too conservatively, we're setting the program up for an even accelerated level of burnout if we're not really estimating the true level of cuts, because that looks like a low level of cuts. It looks to me like we should be going at least 2 FTEs back per year, but that's not reflected either in the FTE number or the savings. Again, this is my best estimate from having talked to world language teachers. But the reason I'm being so obsessive about this is that I don't want to vote on a cut that results in even more difficult schedules going forward, because if there's anything we know, we have to set up the world language program going forward on an even stronger basis for what we're left with.
Yes. So do you think another approach we could take is not necessarily determine the grade level, but the number of FTEs?
That it seems to me that we could just use a heuristic to go back a certain like an average number of FTEs and just be really conservative about it. And then if we have a surplus, then I would feel a confidence that we're at least setting up a program for success.
So what are we doing?
We're coming up with a level at which we feel confident that we're going to have a serious investment in a successful program at a certain level.
What would you say tomorrow to a parent or a principal who is asking you, what are we offering for our world language program? You'd say, well, I'm cutting 5 FTE. Well, what does that mean?
What's the alternative?
I don't know. I'm just saying that doesn't feel like an appealing alternative to me.
I think it's a better alternative than the numbers we have currently.
Well, I also, Stephen, don't think it takes into account what Susan just said about bumping and everything else. I don't know that we know what to say to anybody who asked us about, I don't know, a 5th grade teacher at that point.
I may be misunderstanding. It just seems to me that the way we're currently estimating has levels of FTEs what am I saying that's not making sense to people? Maybe I should ask, why am I not getting what you're saying?
What would be the result of voting? They're continuing to count 6th grade as point 1, which is what Colleen talked about. So in this model, there would only be 1.0 at Runkle versus where I am currently. I teach one of those 6th grades. In this model, she would have failed. That's what you're doing.
I'll just stop.
She can't go to SED, team meeting, all the things we've been talking to you about. You continue to do to the remaining teachers with this. You need more FTE than that to cover just 6, 8.
Would you mind saying that at the microphone where everyone at home can hear you?
This model with the numbers for just 6, 7, and 8, the amount of FTE based off of the initial 26, when you're subtracting what's left over, isn't enough to staff 6, 8. With the amount of that they're saying that you would save if you got rid of K5, what's left over only works if you continue to overload teachers and give them a much higher workload than their peers in other subject areas in the middle school. So it wouldn't actually be 25. It would require all world language teachers to teach 26 blocks per week instead of 25. So you need an additional, for 6th grade to cover that, you would need a little bit of FTE at each school for those sections to get your numbers up. We have the numbers. We ran the numbers.
Now, I think Dr. Fortuna ran numbers on that too for at least sixth grade, and that came to an additional 160,000. Is that what we're referring to? To run just 6 through 8? Right.
I mean, so what we just heard combined with the size of the gap that still remains suggests that our only remaining option is to eliminate K through 5, right? Because of none of the other options would get us there. If they're all underestimates, except for the Susan's number for the original proposal from staff.
We have to do something. I mean, it's 10 o'clock at night. We still have more.
Go ahead, Mariah.
I mean, is it possible for the committee to essentially put an option on, which is we're putting together this budget for X, and we would like to retain K-5 world language, and we put it to town meeting that the option is to retain it?
That's not an approach that I'm personally comfortable with. I think it'll be very divisive, and then also we get into a situation where we're ceding some control of our own destiny. I would prefer that we reach a decision that we're comfortable with, given the unenviable choices we have to make.
Yeah, but I think it's such a big deal to cut K through 5 that town meeting should be aware of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a philosophical change in our entire like, it's not that we're cutting, like it's a huge shift. And I do think town meeting should be part of that conversation. I mean, I don't know.
The problem is what will come up in that conversation is, well, what about the seniors? They have no budgeting and they're in need. And then, you get it really becomes, I mean, it's better for us to make our decisions about our budget, I would think. If we get more money, certainly there's ways of working this, and
I mean, I just can't cut K through 5. Like that to me, I mean, I get, Andy, that's what you're saying. That's the only option, and I just can't do it. So I don't know if I would go back to the principals and the drawing board and say, I'd like give us other options. Or
It
if there
sounds like
is
what
no
we're
other
hearing
option.
though. So some of us were trying to find ways to maybe start in third grade or fourth grade or fifth grade, but it sounds like that doesn't even work. That to try to make world language function well, we would have to be adding to this, and we're not in a position to add.
Yeah.
So maybe we do look at K-5 then as a group. I hate to say that, but it sounds like that's really the only viable option at this time under the limited funds that we have.
Because we're not willing to change the model of 5 days a week, because we think that's a really good model of like 7th and 8th graders getting it 5 days a week.
Yeah, I don't think we want to change that model because it impacts all of their scheduling.
Yeah.
Mariah?
Jody, I'm sorry, I have another question for you. We've talked in the past about after school, and you looked at that, and we've also put in our budget priorities for summer programming to enhance the summer programming. And given the number of hours that we're talking about over the year, is there any research or any your thoughts on, could we do a compelling week-long summer program that would achieve the same number of hours? It doesn't do any of the things, but it at least, or it doesn't do almost any of the things, but it does do some of the things in terms of at least some level of exposure.
Well, I have a couple of thoughts on this. If we go 5 days a week in grade 6, that would make up for 2/3 of the time lost in grade 5, just doing it numerically, because grade 5 meets 3 days a week and not 5 days a week. We could explore summer program. I'm also exploring some electronic options that have come a long way with AI. That would never replace our talented teachers, but would be an option worth exploring.
Suzanne?
Trying to reach some place where we can land. I mean, could we say that we eliminate K to 4, not that I want to, but that, and so we would balance our budget. And then, so you'd start in 5th, and if it turns out that we have some consolidation for classes, that we could start to open it up in 4th.
That's where I was going, but I think there's not enough. If I get it
Well,
correctly.
consolidation.
By these numbers, there'd be enough.
Yeah, consolidation would be 4 classes is 4 times, it's 320,000,
Mm-hmm.
which would include, could include grade 4 by enough, by quite a bit.
Sorry, do you want to do 4 classroom consolidations? Is that what you're proposing?
Well, I'm saying we don't know how many consolidations, but even 1 or 2 would help us get to include another grade according to these numbers.
Right.
So, yeah.
So I think, are you moving that we start world language instruction in grade 5, but if the numbers somehow work out that we could start in grade 4, we would do that?
That's what I'm suggesting.
All right. Is there a second?
Can I make a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Just that I think the principals had said that if those were the two, if the option was K4 or K5 with 6 at 5 days, they preferred 6th grade at 5 days as opposed to going to K4. As opposed to including 5th grade or 4th grade.
Dr. Fortuna, can you address that?
I believe that's what they said. That is true. It's the best thinking of the principals that we, rather than adding 4th and 5th grade back in, that we and their school communities and their students would be better off doing 6th 5 days a week. Even though none of these are cuts that people want to entertain, that was the feeling of the principals.
Then how do we address that concern about age 10 as really the last moments where you should be embarking upon language instruction to really effectively learn it and pronounce correctly? Because that leaves us off by a couple of years.
It does leave us off by a couple of years, but I also posit that many people have learned languages starting in middle school. Maybe not, to the same extent, but students certainly have.
So Jody, correct me if I'm wrong, our 6th graders are 11 when they start, is that right? Approximately?
Yeah.
And Sarah, you said up to 12 was the current thinking? Age 12?
The reason we were being polite and not saying the word puberty, so you can't really put puberty on a particular age is the issue.
I'd just like to express a concern about the 5 days a week model. If we're worried about the sustainability of teacher schedules now, I think we would need some assurance that teacher schedules would be loosened enough for those teachers, because that seems like it would stretch them further. I'm not sure how we would make it I'm not sure how that would become more feasible for teachers.
They'd be
Well,
full
it wouldn't
periods.
end up being.
Yeah, it's
Right.
a full period.
It's a full period, Stephen.
Right, but currently
That's what a middle
teachers who
school
are teaching 3 days a week can be 1.0s if they're assigned advisories and other duties. Whereas if they're assigned 5 days a week, they'll be strictly assigned to that and they won't be able to do anything but that. What was that?
But it's beginning Spanish. You're not doing homework necessarily. In beginning Spanish? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it would be the same as any other content teacher in middle grade. So maybe do they teach 4 or 5 classes a week? It'd be the same as English and math and social studies. You might have a 3rd grade level, yeah. Yeah. But your load, your class load should be about the same. If you're having 5 times, you should be at 25 classes a week. Well, yeah, okay.
Suzanne did make a motion and I asked a question before.
All right.
just going back to.
So Suzanne moves that we start in 5th grade
Yeah.
and start in 4th grade if the numbers work out.
Can't hear you, Mariah.
What I said was not worth repeating.
Okay. Okay.
All right, now, if we were to opt for the 5 days in 6th grade model, there would be some additional FTEs. And could you go over those numbers? I know you've sent them by email, but for the public?
There'd be 2 additional FTEs needed in order to be able to schedule it correctly, on par with the other content area teachers, which would be our goal.
Okay.
I'm going to try this. Let's see if this will work. I think you took off your motion? Did you? It wasn't seconded, okay. Let's go with what the principals and the administration have been trying to tell us. Let's go 6 to 8 with the commitment to working on getting it down. Maybe it's either getting it up or down, whatever works best, because that's complicated too. And let's get a budget. Let's be done. And then if we get more money, we can then work out how we're going to do that.
And that's with 6th grade still at 3 days, not at 5.
No, at 5.
Oh, at 5. Okay. So that's not actually what, that's actually, it seems to me that the staff's first recommendation is 6 through 8 with 3 days for 6th grade. Then their second choice would be that, but with 5 days for 6th grade. And then they're beyond that, then we would be adding lower grades.
And in terms of our budget, we can afford which?
We could do 6th grade with 5 days. So instead of saving
Yeah.
1 million about, it would be around.
Why would we do that? Like, what's the advantage of going to 5 days a week?
Because that actually is within our budget with the gap as it stands.
But what value is being embodied by going to 5 days?
6th grade already has some free periods. So this has been a concern when we were looking at the middle school review, in that each K-8 handles grade 6 differently. So at some schools, there's an extra elective equivalent. At other schools, they are study halls. So in a way, I see this also as improving equity across 6th grade, because if we have 5-day-a-week language instruction, then we're no longer going to have those free periods that are sort of floating around differently in each school.
And the counterpoint to that from the principals was 6th grade is a transition time, and going full bore on all of the different programming at 5 days a week was a lot for kids. And the second point they made was we're still going through the implications of the middle school review, and essentially making this decision in advance of the products of that was precipitous.
And a third point they made was that currently students with disabilities can participate in 6th grade world language at 3 days a week. A lot of them would have to drop it in 6th grade if it went to 5 days. So that would create a new inequity. I believe that's the 3 points.
Right.
That they made
Thank you for
us.
remembering the third one.
And this is why we should listen to the principals to begin.
I also want to remind the committee that 6th grade is the first year that we have choice for students in their language, which we would maintain.
So if the committee were to vote the 1,079,000 and then also vote the 132,000 that goes along with that, then that would be a reduction of just over 1.2 million, and so we could put some things back.
Well, why don't we hold that as, options for what might be needed? So, I mean, we get an influx of students. We may need, an FTE. It gives.
Oh, you mean adding additional funds to the reserve staff reserve bucket that we had talked
We do
about.
have that or don't have that in this?
No, at the elementary school, we didn't add, just at the high school.
So
But we
this would-
knew we had the sections and there was a little capacity to push buffer zone around the buffer zone so that we could accommodate enrollment shifts.
You know, and in case I can't get it all for peers, we have some money there too. I'm going to work on it.
Do we-
Maybe
So Helen, your motion now is 3 days a week or 5 days a week for sixth grade?
I don't like any of it. It's like we need to come to a decision, and I'm trying to help us to do that.
So the principals are recommending 3 days a week, and they gave their reasons. And we, I think, made a valiant effort to try to find potential alternatives and found that none of them are particularly workable, unfortunately.
So let's do 3 days a week. Let's do what they said.
All right. So Helen moves it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Andy seconds. Natalia, your vote.
No.
Stephen.
Please come back to me.
Mariah.
No.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Sarah. Valerie.
Yes.
I'm a no. And Stephen.
Great. I'm a no.
Oh, good. I lost. Thank you.
Was that 4 to 5?
Yeah.
Yes.
So anyone have another motion?
Yeah, I'd like to motion for, I'd like to move for further analysis of the figures so we could see more precise savings estimates for going back different years.
So I'm sorry, is there a second? My concern with that is the explanation we received is because of the complications with bumping rights and licensure. That would be a very difficult exercise to engage in, to get exact dollars. So the best we can really do would seem to be these estimates off of the 80,000 average salary. It's just an enormous amount of work to go over every possible permutation. Something that would make me a bit more comfortable in terms of making a decision here would be if I had a better understanding of what the plan would be for world language moving forward. What would be sort of the ideal scenario that is realistic given our limited dollars? So if we said, for instance, if you have X number FTEs, what would you recommend? And we ask our coordinator, our principals, and get some kind of input on that, as opposed to doing it by grade level. And I know that Mariah had some concerns in terms of messaging, because then we don't really know where we're at. And I don't know how much time it would take to come up with a new model. That might be very unrealistic, but perhaps I see some head nodding. But if any of you would like to speak to that, about what that would entail, to come up with a new model based on FTEs rather than grade level.
I think we're getting into equity between schools. How do we divide those? I think it would just be a lot of work with not a long runway to do the work to create a really strong program. My fear in this the whole time has been that what we're doing now is a disservice to our teachers. We've heard that. We don't have the funds to put more money into more FTEs to strengthen what we have now. So our hope was to create a really strong 6 through 8 program to be able to position our students the best way possible for when they go to high school. That was the thinking of myself and the principals.
So those who voted no did so for the most part not because they have a better idea right now, but because they want more information? No. Or you actually have a specific better idea, you're just not moving it? So what was behind the no vote? You don't have to answer that.
I'll answer it.
Okay.
My computer is about to die, so I'm gonna have to, like, this screen will disappear and I'll plug in a minute. But yep, there we go. The do you mind? Here, thanks. I have a first.
I lost Mariah again. Hello? Can we test audio, maybe?
Valerie, do you hear us now?
Now I hear you and I see you.
All right.
Just sort of testing the mic for you, Dom.
All right, so well, who's missing? Natalia and Sarah. All right, we'll give Natalia and Sarah another minute. For those of you in the audience who were watching, sorry that we lost our audio and I believe the camera went off as well, but now we are back. We are still discussing world language and various permutations of it.
Well, Stephen was talking about possibly switching his vote if it turns out that we can't actually get more information. So there could be a motion to reconsider by anyone.
If the only alternative motion is going to 5 days, is that the only alternative motion?
I'd put a little more in that. So I would like it to be 5 days in 6th grade and a commitment to explore some immersion options for the near future. I understand that many said in public comment that once he takes something away, it doesn't come back, but that's not 100% true. There were cuts in music, and then music came back. There have been cuts in other areas, and it came back. And I would want there to really be a strong commitment to try to rebuild something within the confines of our budget, which of course is challenging, but we do have this pressing deadline of sorts to come within the town allocation for those of us who value that. Natalia.
And my alternative would be we cut K through 3, that's 874, and then we consolidate 1 classroom of the 4.
All right, so, okay. Stephen, what are your thoughts on that one? You seem to be the swing vote here.
We cut K through 3, so you start in 4th grade, and you.
I would be a no vote on that because I don't have faith in that number. In the 10.9, right? I think it's much higher than that number.
You think
Right.
savings would be lower?
Sorry, I think the savings are much lower than that, and I think we would be setting up a program to fail at that level.
Just to get clarity on Stephen's earlier question. So realistically, this is the best data that we're going to have, correct? All right, I see some head nodding. Natalia?
I have a question for those who have done budgets for many years. Helen, I'm looking at you. You know, everybody's saying that these are estimates. Like, what amount do you end up kind of playing with? Like, if we are off by 200,000, okay, maybe a question for Susan. Like, what, you know, I agree with you. I don't want to set people up for a horrible work experience. And so if it means that in one school, and Sarah, I know you played with like the FTE numbers, and that we actually have to add in a 0.5 to make it fair, or we have to add a 1, like, do we have that flexibility after we've passed the budget? Or are we never, like, I just want to know on an 130+ million budget, what is our error usually?
I can't speak to your patterns or trends here because I haven't been here. I can say that this year's budget right now we're running very hot. And so I'm a bit concerned at this particular point about our current budget. But I don't know what your historical trend is.
Anyone else?
So David, have you actually made a motion?
I'll go ahead and do that.
No,
So I'm
then
going.
I'll switch my vote then.
All right, so I'm going to move that we start world language in grade 6 at 5 days a week.
No, before you do that, I'd like to
Okay.
switch my vote so that we have a majority for starting at K5 3 days a week, so that the original motion passes.
Or I think you need to
right.
move for reconsideration.
I'd like to move for a reconsideration then. Okay.
No, he was
Oh,
he's in the minority, or he was in the majority. Yeah.
All right, so Stephen moves it. Is there a second?
Recon-
Stephen's
The
moving for
original vote.
reconsideration on your motion of 6th grade 3 times a week and up.
I'll second that.
Stephen seconds. Natalia, your vote.
No.
Stephen.
Yes.
Mariah.
No.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Sarah.
No.
Valerie.
Yes.
And I vote no, but the yeses now have it. All right, so what's our new number, Mariah?
Okay, hold on. And the OTL would add on to that another, so it'd be 227. We haven't voted on the OTL change, but that goes along with the vote that was made.
So 1.0 of the OTL is
No.
associated with the world language, and the other 0.5, does that have to be bound in with the other 1.0? So that we no longer need that 0.5 to balance the budget, so it could
Yeah,
be
but-
split out, right?
I thought the justification was that Ed Tech and Libraries was the only program with a full-time secretary.
Okay.
I can go look and see what that number is.
I mean, to some extent, there could be something else we want to put back, like the Pierce campus split, as one example.
But if we can have that on the project budget, why would we? So I would rather.
I
bring
don't
back
think you
something
can put the teacher position on there.
else. Okay.
Yeah, you can't fund teachers in a building project with bonded money.
I mean,
That might be a consideration to put back in at least the special education teacher.
Yeah, yeah.
do we want to vote the OTL last line now?
Wait, can we just leave it at this, and those small changes we can do next time when?
Right.
They go
The one-
together.
Yeah, the one.
But I asked what the 0.5 value was, and Susan didn't have that cost, at least at that point.
Jody says it's 28,000 for the library secretary, but I can go look
Okay.
it up for sure.
So it would be
Just
104,
that half.
332.
We're actually voting for a budget number. We're not,
Right.
we don't actually have to have every line
Exactly.
voted for. We're voting for,
Well, but there's the question of the staffing notifications, and then there's the question of what we might want to add back. Did I? Oh, no, I didn't drop out. It thinks I've dropped out, but I'm still here. So are you going to make a motion on that, David, or someone?
So do we have the funds now to keep the 0.5 in OTL and the special educator for the Pierce split?
Well, we'd be a little short of that. That was 138. Right?
Well, no, that was the teacher was 80, so we could make that 58,680 and retain the teacher.
Okay.
I'm gonna make that motion.
And I'll second.
Okay.
All right, Natalia, your vote. Oh, we have a.
Hold on, it's because I'm sorry. Give me 1 second to
Okay.
deal with technical difficulties on.
Could you clarify that vote? I just want to
We will,
understand
yeah.
it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either. I'm sorry, it's just that my computer has decided to, oh, I think I'm back. Hold on. Yeah. So the vote is to move the special educator for the Pierce campus split back into the budget.
Gotcha.
Yes. So that would make this reduction 58,860 instead of the 138. Okay.
Okay, so can I just be triply clear on what we're doing? So we are taking the motion is we're taking the 1.0 reduction from OTL that's directly associated with world language. We're keeping the 0.5.
We
retaining the
haven't
point-
talked about OTL yet, I don't think. We're talking about the Pierce special educator right now.
Oh, I thought we were just doing both together. So we were trying to get to like as close to zero as possible, right? And I was asking, can we do that by doing three things? One, we take the 1.0 from OTL,
Mhm.
keep the 0.5 from OTL. That's the secretary for libraries and ed tech, and then we also provide funds to hire another special educator for Pierce because of the campus split.
Can I ask, why would we keep ed tech library secretary at 1.0 when the others are all 0.5?
No, we're keeping it at 0.5.
No, it's at, right, it's at 1.0 and it's being reduced by 0.5 to 0.5. All the other ones are 0.5 and this one's being taken from a 1.0 to a 0.5 to in parity with the other
I
areas.
see. So that's actually
not being
so
eliminated.
If you
It's
want to
being
keep that halftime position, that's not something we can take at all. Okay. Okay, sorry. Right, we're going to take all 1.5 from OTL that was proposed.
And you're going to add back in
add back the
Pierce.
Pierce special educator.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would make the motion, we add it back in the whole Pierce amount, and if it can be taken from the project budget, great, but if not, at least we have a plan for Pierce.
I don't know where we are with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion. We're gonna figure this out because the BHS one was a plug. Remember that dollar amount is not sacrosanct. And so that was literally a number to get to 3 million. So I'm gonna make a motion that we're gonna remove the Pierce campus split from our choices of things to eliminate from the budget. We're gonna now keep the Pierce.
And is that a one FTE? Why is it 138,000?
No, it's a part-time
It's
And an
40,000 for administrative support. It's a special education teacher.
Okay.
And it is an additional intern from Northeastern, which is 18,500. That makes up the 138,
Thank you.
whatever.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I made that motion.
And I seconded, and now I do think I understand it.
Natalia, your vote? Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
Okay, I'm gonna make another motion, which is the 132, 332, 1.5 from OTL to remove from the budget.
I second. Natalia, your vote?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Abstain.
Suzanne?
You motioned it? You moved it?
Yeah. I'm just getting us across the finish line. It's a done deal. You already voted the other thing, but I don't want to vote for it.
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Abstain.
Valerie?
Yes.
I also vote yes.
Okay, hold tight. And then I'm going to make a motion to adjust the BHS positions by whatever it takes to get to balance this, which is, I think, to adjust it down by 88,732. So it'll be 54 and change. I can do it right now. Hold on.
Second.
Natalia, your vote?
Yes.
Stephen?
Oops.
I don't actually understand that motion.
Hold on 1 second and I'll.
Yeah, but I don't understand in what form.
So there was a 133,000 number.
That was a made-up number, so we're just
Correct, just to get us to a 3
And we're
million
making another
flat
number
of
up.
potential cuts. So now we're just reducing that
Yes.
made-up number.
Hooray for budgeting. I vote yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
So, but we need to now vote a number.
Yes.
Is that
Well,
going
and
to
I
happen?
have that in the last slide. I did
The actual
prepare
vote
a
that we
vote.
need to take?
Yeah, I mean, I
And it
couldn't
has
find one
to-
historically, so I made one based on my
did
my
have-
life.
We had a historical one, but I'm sure yours would be.
I couldn't find it.
Okay.
No, but also, don't we have to say, and assuming no school choice?
Let's see what Susan's number is or what Susan's vote is and if we need to in the future, we could always revote it, but at least we'll have voted it once.
It's it's the last slide, Linus. And you may not like it. I did look, the one that you had last year had to do with override and this and that, and it just didn't apply in our situation.
All right, so I move that the PSB School Committee approves an FY25 operating budget of $136,638,226, consistent with the Town School Partnership Agreement and the funding commitment made at the 2023 Springtown meeting. Is there a second? Go ahead.
What is the funding commitment made at the 2023 Springtown meeting?
I was thinking your override, that you had made a commitment.
Can we just vote it with a period after the number?
You can.
Okay.
All right, I will amend my own motion. The PSB, I move that the PSB School Committee, that we approve an FY25 operating budget of $136,638,226, which matches the town allocation. Is there a second? Suzanne seconds. Natalia, your vote?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Abstain.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
A reluctant yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
Can I change mine to abstain? I didn't realize that was an option, Mariah. I will abstain. I am so heartbroken.
All right. So 7 yeses and 1 abstention, and 2 abstentions. All right. Now, next up, possibly, how important, Jody, is it that we go over the Student Opportunity Act plan? All right, so we have to do it. All right. So we will now have a presentation
I
and
move it.
possible vote on FY25 through 27 Student
presentation?
Opportunity Act plan.
30 seconds. The Student Opportunity Act is when they changed the foundational funding formula and they gave towns more money. Part of what we had to do was create a plan for how we were going to spend that money. It's a 3-year plan. The beauty of this particular SOA is that it aligns with our strategic plan. So there's nothing in this plan that we're submitting to the state that's not already in the strategic plan. It focuses on our literacy program adoption, focuses on closing our achievement gap, and designing a tiered system of support or a multi-tiered system of support, all of which is in our strategic plan. We just need the school committee to vote on this. I feel very lucky that our strategic plan is now in the same 3-year cycle as the SOA.
I move that we approve the Student Opportunity Act as we received it.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Suzanne seconds. Natalia, your vote?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, these next 2 items are quick, and Lisa's been patiently waiting for a while, so we're going to do them.
Do we have to do this to the proposed statutory revision?
Lisa's been waiting all this time for it. This will be quick.
That should take like a couple minutes.
All right.
I thought she was waiting for the next one.
Also,
No.
these are quick. All right.
Are you sure?
So, yes, so we will now go to the proposed statutory revision to the Student Code of Conduct, first reading.
Well, hello.
While the majority of the PSB Student Code of Conduct is accurate and up to date, a small change is required. For contextual purposes, there are those 3 statutes that govern student discipline, and each statute requires due process protections. And in anticipation of the tiered focus monitoring review, focusing on civil rights and special education, we noticed that the update was needed for statute 37H and 3/4, specific to the role of the principal around disciplinary events and procedures. So to date, the law provided rights to students, which included an entitlement to make up work during any and all suspensions and to continue their education during a long-term suspension. But in 2022, school districts were required to add language providing additional clarity regarding the explicit steps that administratively have to be taken to re-engage the student in the learning process, including remedies like mediation or conflict resolution, restorative justice practices, collaborative problem solving. So in other words, this additional language puts additional emphasis on a student being a work in progress and being given opportunities and interventions that will help them develop new skills for future independence. So we are requesting your approval for a first reading to update the Student Code of Conduct to add this additional paragraph. That's the only change that's needed. And there's some referencing within the document itself. Thank you, Betsy, for putting that together for us.
Any questions, discussion? This is only a first reading, so we don't vote yet. All right.
Don't you need to have this?
Yes, but if it's in process, we're okay. It would be helpful to have the vote, but we certainly understand.
You know, I
right.
mean, it's the Mass General laws. We don't really have much choice, you know?
Okay.
Oh, notice, okay.
We
Next time
typically
we
have
notice.
2 readings. All right, so we will next go to a possible vote to appoint a deputy superintendent for student services. I move that we appoint Elizabeth O'Connell as our deputy superintendent for student services for a term of 3 years, conditioned upon the successful negotiation of a mutually agreeable contract of employment approved by both parties. And I'll note that we've each received a copy of that contract, and it will be signed very soon, assuming that we vote this through. Is there a second?
Second.
Valerie seconds. Your vote, Natalia.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Andy.
Yes.
Helen.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Valerie.
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Welcome aboard for 3 more years.
Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, we will now move to subcommittee and liaison reports.
Can we move to adjourn?
Just only if someone has something pressing, otherwise we will skip through.
Yeah, just an
Helen.
announcement if anybody doesn't know here, but I think you probably do. On Tuesday, there will be some very important meetings on Article 97. It's a combined meeting of Parks and Rec and the Conservation Commission to discuss Article 97 and hopefully come to a unanimous vote for each board. It'll also be a hearing for the Select Board. This is all happening within the same time framework. To have a hearing and vote on our warrant article that we've put forward. And then the Building Commission at 8 o'clock will be meeting to discuss and hopefully vote the early demolition project.
So that's on April 2nd, and it's a joint meeting of the Select Board, Conservation, and Parks,
And
correct?
Parks.
And the votes on Parks and Conservation must be unanimous.
Well, that's my understanding.
Okay. All right. Any other?
And I told you, but the building commission does not need to be unanimous.
Okay. Are there any other subcommittee or
Just
liaison?
one other
Sorry,
second.
go ahead, Helen.
So the meeting is a hybrid meeting. So if people want to, they can come here to the selectmen's conference room, or you can have it at home. It's posted, and there's backup material on a lot of the work that's been done in terms of Article 97 and our consultants' response to a lot of discussion that's been happening.
Okay. Any other subcommittee or liaison reports? Seeing none. Any new business? Seeing none, we are adjourned.
Recording stopped.